If you have 9 nuns as beautiful as flowers, what should you do? If you still have to ask, of course you have to accept everything. At this time, Dae Hyan woke up and found herself surrounded by several beautiful girls. When Da Hyan opened his eyes, they immediately surrounded Da Hyan, muttering to everyone to look quickly. The little uncle is awake. And the little uncle they mentioned was Dae Hyan. Today was the wedding day of 9 Sword Immortal Sect disciples, but suddenly the Blood Demon Elder attacked. The Sword Immortal Sect Master and 9 disciples all died in battle. There is only one descendant left. Just as the clan was about to be destroyed, Dae Hyan suddenly came through space, accompanied by thunder and lightning, killing the Blood Demon Ancestor, and Dae Hyan became the last disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect. When she woke up, the nuns told Dae Hyan the bad news. Although Dae Hyan killed the Blood Demon Ancestor, the power of thunder was too great and destroyed Dae Hyan's spiritual roots. But today, after 10 years of check-in, Dae Hyan has successfully activated the God-level selection system. However, the first mission made Dae Hyan want to swear, "Hug Nam Kung Triyu, and you will be rewarded with a spiritual root." On the contrary, if nothing is done, the system will be permanently closed. At first, Dae Hyan was very resistant to this task, but when Big Sister appeared, well, Big Sister is so beautiful. The system is great. Dae Hyan accepted this mission. Compared to not having spiritual roots and living like an animal, Dae Hyan would rather be an animal with spiritual roots. So Dae Hyan came up with a plan, pushed the Big Sister away, saying that what the disciples in the sect said was correct. Dae Hyan was really a useless person without spiritual roots. She would only pull her sister back, then jump down the cliff of the Sword Immortal Sect. Sure enough, she saw that Dae Hyan wanted to find a way to die. The whole person was extremely worried and jumped along, then hugged Dae Hyan tightly in his arms. "You idiot. We rely on each other. Big Sister will not let me die." At this time, the system sound rang out, congratulating the owner on completing the preliminary selection of God level, and rewarded a broken spirit root. This spiritual root will evolve and upgrade over time as the owner embraces Nam Kung Triyu, so Dae Hyan has to start his acting again. Sure enough, the energy bar also began to increase rapidly. In the eyes of the disciples, the sect head sister hugged the disabled person again. Not knowing what was going on, Outer Sect Elder Vu Van Cat became even angrier, pursuing Nam Kung Triyu for so long without receiving a response. "Now I'm cuddling with a disabled person. This is like slapping me in the face, while Nam Kung Triyu in the air is completely unaware. I only felt that my dantian was getting hotter and hotter. My whole body felt uncomfortable to the point of death." And Dae Hyan also received a notification from the system. Reward spiritual roots evolve into the legendary Thien Dao Lin root Hyoyan Duong Long Can, which can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, 10,000 times faster than other spiritual roots. In an instant, the world changed color. Countless spiritual energy poured in. Big Sister felt hot. A phoenix illusion appeared in the air. "Tiyuthuk, hurry back. I'm about to break through." I suddenly obtained the heavenly Dao spirit root. As long as I practice with the mystic Yun body, I will be rewarded with 10,000 years of cultivation. And what's even scarier is, of the sisters with such physiques, I have 9 of them. After the senior sister broke through the peak of Yuanin on the mountaintop, the disciples under the sect were all talking loudly. After all, the Hyan Fuong line root is a rare thing that has existed for thousands of years. The Sword Immortal Sect is only possessed by the Sect Master Nam Kung Triyu. Outside Sect Elder Vu Van Cat was so angry that he broke the teapot. Hyoyan Fuong Linkin, who was already against heaven, broke through again this time. The entire outer sect is not her opponent. If she wants to usurp Sword Immortal Sect, she must take advantage of the unstable foundation to strike first. At this moment, Dae Hyan felt proud. He had finally done it again, and had just helped his big sister successfully break through. If the other sisters found out, there would definitely be a riot, but at this moment, a voice, what a frog at the bottom of a well, rang out. Dae Hyan was startled. There was clearly no one around who was talking, and then a fairy girl appeared in front of the boy's eyes. As soon as she appeared, she bluntly said that it was unlucky that the new owner was an old goat. It turned out that she was the manager of the god-level selection system Lin Nai Hai. This time it appeared to determine whether Da Hyan want to connect with the system or not, and according to Lin Nai's introduction, Da Hyan also knows that the god-level system has existed since ancient times. No one knows its origin, only that it has gone through countless owners. Some people became the supreme emperor to found the country. Some people became De La Kim Teen flying up to the sky. There are people who turn into the Sakshuayan fairy world. One step at birth, one step at death, one step into heaven, one step into hell. I do not know if with your ability, do you dare to connect with the system? De Hoyen considers himself an ordinary person. In this life he has to endure pain for no reason. Now he has such a good opportunity in front of him. You must become stronger than everyone else, unite, and have no regrets for the rest of your life. Kun Lin saw Da Hyan speak so decisively. Finally, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. After instructing him not to reveal the system, it disappeared before his eyes. When checking the system, De Hoyen suddenly discovered that although Hyan Donglong can cultivate it faster than other spiritual roots, but it can only be cultivated with the body of Xuan Yin. Otherwise, there will be a risk of explosion and death. Seeing this, the shameless young man smiled slightly. My senior sisters all seem to have this attribute. So is not that the case in the future? After that, Da Hyan, to check his current level, took a few jumps and flew high into the sky, looking down at the mountains and rivers below. De Hoyen laughed loudly. It turns out, this is the feeling of having spiritual power. So refreshing. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from far away. What are you doing, little junior brother? I heard him laugh from afar. The person who came was the second elder of the Sword Immortal Sect Hong Gayet Dung. The flying sword accelerated and came in front of the teenager, said that he heard Da Hoyen's laughter from afar. Today was the day the sect distributed spirit pills, so he came to bring the young man along. Outside the sect's main hall, the disciples were chatting loudly. Today, countless people saw Da Hyan hugging in the air, so all kinds of rumors spread, but when they saw the second elder bringing Da Hyan, the gossip stopped. Only Vu Van Bai was still there arrogantly, saying that Da Hyan had no spiritual roots, so why give him a spiritual pill? This is a waste of resources. You must know that Vu Van Ba is the eldest son of Vu Van Cat. Previously, thanks to his sisters, he received the title of inner sect disciple. This time, after being humiliated many times, second sister immediately became angry. Tu Thuk lost his spiritual roots because he was the only one, but after all, his senior was Vu Van Ba. He dared to say such disrespectful words, so he immediately sent someone to take Vu Van Ba to see the law enforcement elder. Even though Vu Van Ba was dragged away by inner sect disciples, he still kept cursing and directly scolded Da Hoyen for being a coward, only knowing how to hide in the shadow of women. If you have the courage, fight me in a duel. After hearing this, Da Hoyen immediately became angry, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. At this time, the system mission before our eyes again, different from last time. This time there were two missions. The first mission was to face Vu Van Ba firmly. You will receive a rare fairy treasure, otherwise you will become a coward. A turtle shell will grow on your body and cannot be removed. The second mission is to see Hong Gayet Dung change clothes. The reward is a day luck hone, otherwise the brother will shrink by half. God, this dog system is full of malice. Turtle shells grow, brothers shrink. And what the hell is the second mission? I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. One thought of birth, one of death, one thought of becoming a god, or one thought of falling into hell. De Hoyen looked at the task given by the system and stood still. Although these two tasks both seemed very difficult, but there seemed to be some mysterious connection. As expected, this system was really perverted. I liked it very much, so De Hoyen immediately told Nai to not interfere in his affairs. Today I will definitely make Vu Van Ba kneel down and call for father, then turn around and look at Vu Vanba, saying that he cannot sense the spirit stone. Then the two of you will hide a spirit stone anywhere in the sword sect. Whoever finds the opponent's spirit stone first will be able to deal with it at will. Seeing that Da Hyan easily fell under his attack plan, Vu Vanba also laughed proudly. Haida looked at Tu Thuk worriedly, openly making such an oath. If you lose, even the sisters will hardly be biased. Who would have thought that Da Hoyan would pull Nai sister aside, muttering, not knowing what to say, made Hong Gayat Dung blush, but immediately received notification of completing random task 2. With 2 red streaks flowing from his nose, Da Hoyan waved his hand, as Vu Van's son to finished hiding it. After storing it, do not waste any more time. On the square, the two people faced each other. Even though Vu Vanba opened his spiritual energy with all his strength, I could not find a bit of Da Hoyan's spirit stone. On the contrary, Da Hyan smiled and pulled out Vu Vanba's small underwear with one swipe. Sure enough, Vu Vanba had temporarily hidden there. When he was caught red-handed, he was angry and embarrassed, loudly accusing Da Hyan of cheating. It was definitely the second elder who helped. And not just the second elder, today everyone saw him and the sect leader embracing each other. Hearing this, Hong Gayat Dung also became angry. This brat dared to disrespect the sect master, spread false rumors, and immediately wanted to send his disciples to arrest Vu Vanba to enforce the law. However, Da Hyan with a gloomy face stopped him. Vu Vanba thought Da Hoyan was afraid, opened his mouth again and mocked him for being a parasite. Today, he will act on behalf of outer sect disciples to expel Da Hyan from Kiem Ting Tung. But before he could finish speaking, he received a punch from Da Hyan. Vu Vanba was humiliated in front of everyone, angry and embarrassed. Not having time to think about the disciple next to him, he jumped up to fight with Da Hyan, but Da Hyan immediately swallowed the Dai Luck pill. A dodging step avoided the opponent's attack. Then a move Tathagata, then Chong used the power of Dai Luck Hon to hit Vu Vanba's chin hard. After beating, Da Hoyan did not forget to breathe lightly, and outer sect disciples forward to check on Vu Vanba. Discovering that he was no longer breathing, Da Hoyan with a cold face turned to look at everyone. Seeing that people who did not respect the sect leader would surely die. Unexpectedly, the 8th senior sister was the Empress Kinkyu. As soon as she was born, she carried a rare poison. Only by finding a man who was born with thunder and cultivating in tandem could she cure the poison. I originally thought that Kim Tong's senior brother, Kin Loi, had died in battle, and that I had no way to save him. Who would have thought that Da Hoyan would appear at the last moment with the sound of thunder? That's why the 8th sisters placed all their hopes on this young man. Because Da Hyan exceeded the system's mission today, he was awarded a long bow, an ancient Fairland treasure. But he did not know that he was daydreaming. While he was absent-minded, a pair of small hands pulled him away. It was his second sister, Hong Gayat Dung, who had just helped him hide the spirit stone. Da Hoyan also intended to help the second sister take out the spirit stone, but Hong Gayat Dung raised her hand as if to hit her, causing him to quickly apologize. At this time, the second sister sighed and said that in the past, when the blood demon ancestor attacked, almost the entire Sword Immortal sect died in battle before defending the sect. But 10 days ago, whose Sunday formation was attacked by a powerful wave of cultivation, and several senior sisters estimated that blood demon old ancestor had returned to take revenge. Sword Immortal sect is about to face another fierce battle. Since Da Hyan can now practice, the second sister plans to open the illusory realm early to try. At that time, he also, before he finished speaking, Hong Nu Gayat Dung was pulled into his arms by a pair of big arms. The second sister did not need to worry. 10 years ago, I could have seriously injured him. If that old man dares to come back again, I will definitely kill him. Hong Gayat Dung looked at the boy's chest. He had really grown up and become a man who knew how to protect women. Just as the two of them were passionate, suddenly the disciples' scream rang out in their ears. Second elder is not okay. Elder Vu Van Cat said there was something important to see with you. When arriving at the Sword Tintong Hall, Vu Van Cat appeared calm. The second senior sister walked in and said directly, if it's Vu Van Ba's matter, there's no need to discuss it anymore. Unexpectedly, Vu Van Cat responded with a bright smile. He said that it was because of his poor teaching that this happened. He had absolutely no opinion on the second elder's decision. Then he suggested, the 5 great commentary swords are coming. Can we let the disciples go to the central south illusion realm to practice first? The second senior sister already had such an intention, so she readily agreed. Dae Haoyan stood outside the door and saw that Vu Van Cat had no plans, so he thought about going to work. After that, he summoned Lin Hai and asked about the effects of the Dragon Emperor Bone. However, this arrogant lady did not seem to want to reveal it. Lin Hai said, Hong Kot is an ancestral treasure. It's up to you whether you want to absorb it or not. Hearing about the family's treasures, Dae Haoyan immediately thought of the 8th sisters. The 8th senior sister came from the Kinkyu Fox clan in the fairy world, and there was nothing better than asking her for help. When arriving at the 8th sister's small courtyard, the sight of peach blossoms makes people feel relaxed, but there is no sign of the 8th sisters, only bottles of wine. Not being careful, Dahan kicked a bottle and bent down to pick it up when suddenly a jade foot reached out from the air. Use your toes to gently lift Da Hoyan's chin. Looking at the scene before him, Da Hoyan was confused and did not know what to do. Of course it was because of you. Your spiritual roots were reborn. The 8 sisters were saved. I was so happy that I drank too much. After a while of chatting, Dai Hoyan learned that the 8th senior sister was originally Than Kao and Quan. Because she was poisoned, she married her senior brother. In the end, Da Hoyan benefited, but this benefit was not easy to enjoy. Within 10 years, one had to practice until V&M to be able to dual practice. Before that, we have to check the goods first. To get information about ancestral dragon Hong Kot, Dae Hoyan had to go to the 8th sister's small courtyard to inquire, but unexpectedly, she was pinned down by the 8th sister who wanted to double practice. After a period of mortification, the 8th sisters fell asleep, leaving Da Hoyan bewildered. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the 8th sister talking passionately. The ancestral dragon royal bone is a treasure of the fairy world. After absorbing it, it can regenerate the core, from which the young man finally understood the use of the Hong Kot. However, he completely did not notice that when the 8th sister was drunk, she had half a sentence left unsaid and could not be absorbed casually, otherwise her meridians would be burned. 3 days later, the central south illusion realm opened. The square was crowded with people. The crowd of outer sect disciples surrounding a leader was like, that man is Vu Van Tri, a true disciple of Vu Van Cat. This time he came here with many magical weapons. One was to serve Vu Van Cat's orders to target Da Hoyan. Second, because he wanted to obtain Thean Jai Kong Dharma. At this time, he looked at the inner sect disciples with eyes full of malice. It seemed like he unintentionally announced loudly that he would definitely get the Thean Jai Kong Dharma, and if anyone dared to steal it, he would not show mercy. After hearing this, the inner sect disciples felt angry but did not dare to say anything, because Vu Van Cat defending his family was not something that happened in a day or two. And Vu Van Tri himself was very strong, but right at this moment, a voice, what does Elder Dharma enforce mean, rang in everyone's ears. Vu Van Tri looked around but did not detect anyone. Dae Hoyan again took the opportunity to sit on second master sister's flying sword and slowly lowered it, immediately making a friendly sign, asking Vu Van Tri not to rely on his position to bully others. Vu Van Tri refused to give in, immediately scolded and wanted to teach Da Hyun. The next moment a fist as big as a frying pan appeared before his eyes. As expected, he was a member of the Vu Van family. Even the posture of being beaten was identical. After that, the second sister also seemed fair and ended this fight. Begin to declare the rules of the illusory realm. This trial will not involve fighting but must stop when necessary. Anyone who kills a fellow student will be expelled from the discipline. If your life is in danger, just crush the teleportation jade and you can return. Once everyone has understood the rules, Hong Gaiet Long also waved his hand to open the barrier. A small space appeared before everyone's eyes. Watching Da Haiyan slowly walk in, behind, Vu Van Tri also showed a cold expression. Before entering, his uncle had already made a plan. This time we must teach Da Haiyan and the other women a lesson. Without knowing it, as soon as Da Haiyan entered the illusion, Vu Van Tri led someone to chase him. Da Haiyan originally intended to mock the other person a few words, but discovered that the words of Vu Van Tri and his accomplices all exuded coldness. Clearly wants to kill himself in an illusion. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered, I was surrounded, facing many weapon refiners alone. It's actually a bit dangerous. Who would have thought that Vu Van Tri was crowded, but did not attack? On the contrary, he took out a recording gem. It turned out that Vu Van Tri knew he was not the Big Sister's opponent, so he devised a plot to ruin the Big Sister's reputation, thereby forcing the Big Sister to give up her position as sect leader. Your loved one is facing a public opinion crisis. One is to kneel down and admit their mistakes to have a chance to be freed from the title, the Kaibao. Second, teach them a lesson. Kill Vu Van Tri and the others, and receive the innate Bagua Tin Nat sword. Do you still have to choose? Da Haiyan chose to. Da Haiyan suddenly traveled to the world of cultivating immortals, having 9 sisters who loved her very much, and now someone wants to use her to deal with the Big Sister. Da Haiyan did not move, slightly moved his finger, signaling that if he wanted to hear the secret, only one person could come. Luckily, the transmission jade slip fell outside. They just needed to stalk. The small world was a desert area. Da Haiyan was hit by the sword and lay on the ground panting, then painfully pulled the sword out of his body. Vu Van Tri, today you cannot kill me. Tomorrow I will definitely take revenge. Before I could finish the young man's eloquent words, a giant black shadow appeared behind him. When he turned around, he saw a huge monster with a pair of yellow dragon horns on its head, and the defense was so high that the treasure Vu Truong sword could not be penetrated several times, so had to call out Lang. Lin Nai, after performing a magic trick to cover her eyes, quickly escaped. Da Haiyan, hiding behind a cliff, flipped through the basic information Lin Nai gave her, suddenly thought of one thing: time in this space passes 10 times slower than outside. If you absorb the yellow essence to regenerate the core, with more practice, it is estimated that soon Vu Van Tri will no longer be her opponent. Thinking of this, Da Haiyan immediately began to absorb Hong Kot, but a moment later, she discovered something unusual. What was going on? Why do my tendons and bones hurt as if they are about to break? Just saying one sentence, "I'm not a fairy," immediately made the girl puff her cheeks in anger, and immediately used her dragon claw to attack Da Haiyan. Focus. Unsteady, the two fell down the cliff, just in time to land on the dragon elephant's back, and an endless pursuit began, until Da Haiyan ran into a narrow crevice. From Lin Nai's story, she learned that the girl was actually a spirit born from the central South Haiyan realm, but because his lifespan is about to end, he weakens into a childish state. Because she saw Da Haiyan absorb Hong Kot, she thought she had a spiritual treasure, but actually what she needs is Hoik Shuang Kwa. Once eaten, it can restore youth, and in her store system there is this item. Just need 30 contribution points. Just need Da Haiyan to contribute a person or valuable item. Will receive a large amount of contribution points. Hearing this, Da Haiyan thought it was simple, so he asked Lin Nai how many people needed 30 contribution points. But it is known that killing all of Vu Van Tri's group is not enough. Hearing that, Da Haiyan was stunned. Is not that easy to say. Just because a greedy cat kills people, it does not feel worth it. Immediately, Chiyu Chu stepped forward, puckering her trembling lips and calling out, "Brother," with her lowly loving personality, How can Dahayan stand this scene? Okay, anyway, it's too dangerous. 30 is 30. To save the little loli, I rushed forward. So Dahoyan put Chiu Chiu down. Tell her to obediently wait here. I'll go kill the elephant and take you to find the treasure. Who would have thought that after hearing this, the little loli would pat her belly? He pointed at his stomach, then stuck out his tongue and pretended to be dead, making Dahoyan immediately understand 13 Dragon's weakness. The main statue is in the abdomen. The battle then becomes much simpler, with the strength from Kailanti and the weakness pointed out by Chiyu Chiyu. Several dragon elephants fell one by one under Dahoyan's sword, and he also successfully obtained the 13 Dragon Statue Palace. Then next time, Vu Van tries baby turtles, probably cannot wait. Who would have thought that the little loli was about to reach the end of her illusory life? You can be young again and become a fierce girl of the 36th level. Right when Dahayan ran into the small world, everyone under Vu Van Try's orders closely guarded the exit, preparing to capture him like a turtle in a jar. But as time passed, no matter how high Vu Van Try's reputation was, it was difficult to suppress everyone. More than himself, we still have to spend time to find the palace, but we cannot leave Dahayan alone. However, he quickly thought of a solution. Prepare for everyone to continue guarding, while I go find the appropriate method. Those who stay after he leaves will be compensated with 1 book. Huyen Jiai Kung Dharma. Heard that as long as you stay, you can receive Huyen Jiai Kung Dharma. Everyone agrees, because without mentioning the consequences of disobeying orders, even if you go out on your own, you may not find anything better. Seeing that everyone agreed, Vu Van Try immediately stepped forward. Not long after he left, Dahoyan immediately emerged from the small world. In just a split second of landing, he defeated 2 lower-ranking aliens. The system immediately announced that the contribution points increased by 4. Before everyone could react, Dahoyan immediately rushed towards Hyan to Secret Realm. Seeing that everyone rushed forward and wanted to chase Tulan, but many disciples were stopped outside due to insufficient cultivation. The 3 people inside saw Dahoyan in front. Countless attacks were continuously fired. Dahoyan wriggled to dodge, but the next moment, the boy's body began to shrink endlessly, eventually turning into Chiyu Chiyu's form and running away in panic. Still outside the illusion, Dahoyan began the massacre of low-level disciples, killing them without hesitation to turn them into contribution points. It turns out Dahoyan was right from the beginning. Not intending to defeat everyone alone, he let Chu Chu transform into his form to lure the Hyanjai disciples ahead. Only then can I defeat each person in turn. Afterwards, Lin Nai appeared to collect the corpses of the disciples, saying that they could be used to support system upgrades. Hearing Dahayan's shock, "Are you sure this is not destroying a corpse?" A few disciples came out of the Hoyan-Gi world and discovered a large, empty land without a single person in sight. While he was bewildered, Dahoyan repeatedly injured him and knocked him down. Those people who are about to die still want to use the rules to suppress Dahoyan, but being directly killed by Dahoyan, his contribution points also skyrocketed to 30 points. Dahoyan immediately exchanged it for Hoai Xuan Kuo. As soon as Chiyu Chiyu saw it, his eyes lit up. He quickly swallowed it. His whole body immediately turned into a blue sphere, surrounded by countless large falcons. The light flashed. Chu Chu turned from a luck into a big brother. The system immediately issued a mission, requiring Chiyu Chiyu to wear the prescribed uniform. The reward was a Dragon Emperor Kot. On the contrary, he will become a true gentleman. Locked forever in an illusion? Is not this nonsense? A cold voice rang out in the sky. Dahoyan, you dare to break into my outer sect map. Today is the day you die. However, Vu Van Try at this time did not dare to be disrespectful at all. Dahoyan did not know what method to use. In just half a day, he destroyed the civilian training area. I could not miss the opportunity, so I pulled out my knife and rushed straight towards Vu Van Try. The knife's strike was so fast that Vu Van Tri had no time to prepare. There was a slight cut on his face from the blade of the knife. Angry, Vu Van Tri pulled out his sword to slash Da Hien, but after a few rounds of fighting, it was discovered that close combat was not Da Hien's opponent. The opponent even took the opportunity and a kick fell from the air. Seeing that, Da Hien raised his knife and stabbed. His life was in danger. Vu Van Tri was lying on the ground. His right hand was in a seal. Shouted a ding sound. The copper seal in the distance immediately enlarged. The impact knocked out Chu Chu's vines. Seeing the bronze seal about to fall on him, Chiu Chiu also closed his eyes in despair, but when the bronze seal fell, Chiu Chiu suddenly discovered that there was no pain in his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw Da Hien using his body to block the attack for her. Brother, why are you so stupid? Why are you using your body to block the bronze seal? In his eyes, his hands gently hugged Da Hien. No match for Vu Van Tri. His body was seriously injured. In a critical moment, he was hugged by Chiu Chiu and fell into the abyss. Vu Van Tri looked at the endless abyss and smiled coldly. One more day, the illusion will close. I just need to guard the abyss to not let Da Hien climb up, so when the illusion closes, Da Hien will die. As for Da Hien and Chiu Chiu, they fell into the abyss and ended up in front of a large lake. Lin Nai saw the lake of tears light up and said in surprise that this was the mountain and water spirit spring, where the spiritual energy of the entire Earth's veins gathered. This kid is really lucky. After hearing this, Da Hien immediately understood the benefits. As long as he absorbed the spiritual spring, leveling up will seem to be accelerated, and the system will also send random tasks at this time. Absorb spiritual spring, achieve the peak of immortal destiny, or choose to ignore the spirit spring. Lin Nai told Da Hien that she is still happy early, even though the spirit spring is a great opportunity, but it's only for monks to transform spiritual weapons. But Da Hien is only a small piece of gas. If you dare to absorb it, you will definitely be betrayed and die. And this time, the system's mission has no punishment, so it's okay if you do not accept it. Da Hien would not listen. Even if not for herself, but for her sisters, she would have to risk it. Thinking of this, Da Hien took it out from the world of space. Da Hien poured countless elixirs, no matter what they were, into his mouth, hoping to reduce the risk of explosion. After that, Da Hien immediately drank the medicinal pills and spiritual spring and immediately started cultivating. Lin Nai saw that she was so determined to seek death. I also have to ignore it. Sure enough, as the medicinal power gradually penetrated, Da Hien's whole body began to hurt as if it was about to split. The expression on his face was extremely painful. Blood continuously flowed from the air sea, followed by a crunching sound coming from his body. It was clear that all bones were being attacked by medicinal force to the point of breaking. Chu 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 stood next to see this scene. Understanding that this was a key moment for Da Hien, he immediately recited the incantation, and his soul gradually separated. Lurking in nothingness, all things in heaven and earth turned into mine. Lin Nai, standing next to her, changed her face in fear. Little miscellaneous. If you do this, you will die. Chiu Chiu completely ignored him, turned into a spirit body, and gently kissed Da Hien. Brother, Chiu Chiu will definitely protect you. At this moment, Lin Nai was completely stunned, not expecting that the illusory spirit would dare to sacrifice her body. Using the spirit body as an intermediary, connecting Da Hien's meridians with the entire illusory realm. Thus, Da Hien's body will reach the level of Kim Dan. Da Hien regained her state, looked at her hand in extreme surprise. She did not expect the absorption to be so successful. The body is now extremely strong, and the previous wounds have completely healed. But at this time, Lin Nai threw herself into a bucket of cold water, saying that Da Hien had no charm that made the illusory spirit sacrifice himself to help her succeed. Hearing that, Da Hien was stunned on the spot. One life for one life, am I worthy of letting Chiu Chiu do that? But right after that, Lin Nai comforted Da Hien, saying that fortunately Chiu Chiu had eaten Hoai Xuanqua, leaving behind a trace of her original spirit. It only takes 100 years to recover. Hoyen clenched her fist. Chuyu, Chiyu, we will meet again in 100 years. At that time, I will definitely protect you for the rest of my life. At this time, the system rang to announce the completion of the task, reporting that Hoyen had completed the limit and was rewarded with an additional loot. Can steal an item from another person? Hoyen stood up angrily, stealing the blessing. It's interesting. It's your turn to wait. The young girl sacrificed her life to save Hoyen, in the end leaving behind only a piece of her original spirit. After waking up, Hoyen heard the news. With the blessing of robbery that had just been given by the system, he immediately prepared to find Vu Van Tri to take revenge. As soon as he jumped up the cliff, he saw the enemy, immediately launched a series of 3 love blows, plus a set of hang long that bat fighting dog fist, almost knocking Vu Van Tri out of his mind, and tried to use the old move again. Who would have thought that Hoyen had already prepared it? He coldly smiling, How, finally willing to take it out? System, let me use the blessing to plunder it. Hoyen, even if his cultivation level is temporarily improved, he cannot enter the heavenly stage. I will crush the teleportation jade to get out. I must ask him to cooperate with all the elders of the outer sect and accuse him of killing his fellow sect, but immediately the transmission portal appeared to fluctuate abnormally. Hoyen smiled and held the Thandong seal and walked in. Vu Van Tri stepped back in panic and said as long as Hoyen did not kill him, anything can be agreed. Hoyen looked at the blue butterfly flying by, her face slightly bewildered. The girl I raised has been destroyed by you. Do you think I will forgive you? Congratulations on the speed of successfully killing a monk in the late stage of weapon refining. The contribution value increased by 77 in 8 Bagua Jing Dang Li. At the gate of the Sword Immortal Sect's teleportation formation, the disciples who had received the opportunity all stepped out one by one. The outer sect elder asked Vu Van Tri why. Vu Van Tri has not appeared yet. Vu Van Tri glanced at Hong Gaiet Dung next to him, pretending that nothing happened. Frankly speaking, Vu Van Tri's spiritual roots were top-notch. He must have wanted to achieve a new heavenly technique that had not yet been released. It's just that the old man is not at peace. Killing an ordinary Dahayan takes a lot of time. I do not know if anything will happen. As time passed, the portal began to have strange fluctuations. It seemed like the trial was about to end. The illusory scene began to prepare to close. Vu Van Tri quickly pulled Hong Gaiet Dung, asking her to quickly stop the illusory scene from closing. Although the second sister was worried about Hoyen's safety, she also said that the illusory realm was about to close, and once closed, no one could stop it. However, right at the last moment when the teleportation gate was about to close, suddenly a figure flew out from inside it, landing firmly in the middle of the square. When he realized that person was Hoyen, Vu Van Tri showed an unbelievable expression. He himself had dozens of disciples. Along with those with unusual talents, they did not return, and this illusory realm only opened once in 100 years. They certainly could not survive. If so, we cannot let them die in vain. We must push this to a higher level. Thinking of this, Vu Van Tri decided to accuse Hoyen of massacring his disciples. In the illusion, he harmed his fellow sect, and the other outer sect elders also followed suit, wanting to capture Hoyen to demand justice for the disciples. The second senior sister waved her hand and said coldly, Your mother, do you want a ribble? At this time, Vu Van Tri no longer cared. Ranting that massacring his fellow sect was a serious crime, even Hong Gaiet Dung could not cover it up. Today must but she was helpless because her senior sister was still in seclusion, so the inner and outer sects were struggling in the middle of the square. Hoyen also knew that it was not good to prolong it like this, So he pretended to be comfortable and called Vu Van Tri. The old thief was angry after hearing this. He was no longer young, but he was still called younger brother, and the subject was the person he hated so much. But the elders outside the sect next to me said that Da Hoyan is the person who inherited the inheritance from the previous sect leader. If we consider our seniority, we are indeed his younger brothers, with a strong opponent in front of him and a teammate behind him. Vu Van Tri right now just wants to kill people. Dae Hyan took advantage of the situation and patted the old thief on the shoulder, said that with the second senior sister's strong cultivation level, you only need to open a gap in the illusion, then use magic to probe. The outer sect elders nearby heard this and immediately took out an object, saying that they had a treasure that could destroy all illusions and see through all things. Dae Hyan saw the treasure and immediately said that if everyone could not find evidence of murder, they must give this treasure to him as compensation. After agreeing, the second senior sister also performed a secret technique, forcibly opening a small gap in the illusion. The elder immediately commanded the treasury to fly into the illusory realm to investigate, but no matter what, he could not find any trace of the outer sect disciples. Vu Van Tri's face changed. How could a dozen such adults disappear from the human world? Dae Hyan did not forget the ancient sword, said that perhaps they were self-reliant and died in the forbidden world while learning the practice. The outer sect elder saw this and wanted to refuse to hand over the treasure, but Tam's sister directly used a secret technique to take it away. From there, an illusory dispute also ended. At sunset, Dae Hyan was soaking in the hot spring, looking at Hanai Vnat's room, researching forever without knowing what effect it had. I was about to take it away to show to second sister when I noticed that bubbles appeared next to the water stream. Oh my god, why is third sister here? When are you coming to the hot springs? Dong Fong Tae Fong smiled and hugged Da Hyan. You kid has so many secrets. Were Vu Van Tri and the others killed by you? Da Hyan still wants to explain, but the third sister directly did not speak the truth, using a monkey to steal Peach trick, wanting to know what future the teenager had. Dae Hyan immediately dodged and turned back in one move. Dragon Claw hand. Unexpectedly the next second it completely hit the air. Third sister's body also appeared in midair. A strong kick with his foot. Da Hyan directly suffered this blow. His body did not move at all. East Fuong West music is frightened. Unexpectedly, he had just regenerated his spiritual roots and his physical strength had already reached the level of marrow cleansing, and he could actually kill someone like Vu Van Tri. So it seems that the upcoming 5 great essays are not completely hopeless. Hearing this, Dae Hyan immediately looked bewildered. Wait, is not that what assault support is for? I'm just a small fragment. What's the point of participating? East of Van Kim Min Lam Van Lee, the #1 overlord in all 4 seas in 8 directions, in the west of Thianha, Sword Trang Trong Ha was tortured by women. The northern part of Sword race is even more crazy. For many years, I did not know the way, fought with their disciples, and did not know how I died. But whatever comes must come. The system immediately announced a mission that made Da Hyan unable to resist, facing the evil genius of 5 Great Lawn Sword. If you win the first place, you will get 200 attack points or be assigned to protect the suspect sword. Otherwise, you will receive the title of Lun Formation Escape, losing the right to choose next time. For 200 attack points, Dae Hyan decided to risk his life and fight. Third sister's face turned red. The boy has ambition, waiting for you to reach the peak of the 5 greats. Third sister will give you the opportunity to double practice. In order to be able to practice with her 3 sisters as soon as possible, Dae Hyan also agreed to participate in the 5 great essays. The news just spread and shocked the whole gang. You must know that other families all send out elites among the elites. Van Kim Min Long Koi, Thiengi 5 Elements Spiritual Root reached the pinnacle of mechanics. Sword Extreme Kak Strong Sword Phi, Mutant Earth Metal Songline Root reached the pinnacle of mechanics. Thien Ha Sword Trang the Ve Van Koi, the top quality water system Lin route has reached the pinnacle of mechanics. Even the weakest sword-type small bone head has reached the middle level of the mechanism. As for Dahaoyan, with her low-quality physique, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone sent someone to investigate Dahaoyan's background. However, our main character does not notice at all. Just think about finding a weapon that fits your hand before participating in 5 great swords. Arriving in front of Ho Then's son, Dahaoyan shouted loudly, "Lady Nam Kung," but the surroundings remained silent without any reaction. The boy understood that the other person was probably refining some item. Having no other choice, Dahaoyan had to use his ultimate move. Immediately, he went to the side of the lava stream, took out a doll, and pretended to throw it down. Sure enough, a loud scream rang out immediately. From afar, a stream of light rushed toward Dahaoyan. "You are so evil. How can you even throw such a lovely doll into a volcano?" Dahaoyan felt that her flesh seemed to have become stronger, especially her left arm, which felt extremely strong. Could this be the legendary Kai Lan snake? Well then, let's have a duel. Dahaoyan felt helpless. Why did he forget that 6 sisters were a violent person? Whenever I meet someone with a slightly better cultivation level, I immediately want to fight. Hastily raised his hand to signal surrender, indicating that there was something important to discuss today. Hearing that, the 6th sister also stopped. Dahaoyan sighed and said that he would participate in the 5 great essays, but wanted to ask 6 sisters to help him merge the mirror in his hand. Luck's sister looked at the young man with surprise. "Are you really representing the Sword Immortal Sect to participate in the 5 greats?" After receiving a positive answer from Dahaoyan, the 6th sister immediately got angry. "You're the only one participating in the 5 greats, so will not my Sword Immortal Sect lose face right on our home turf? Let me cut you first, so I do not have to embarrass the sect." Hearing that, Dahaoyan's expression changed in fear and hastily said that he only needed to fix the mirror. "I will definitely not embarrass the Sword Immortal Sect." But the next moment, the 6 sisters' hammer hit Dahaoyan hard. Being hit by a strong blow, Dahaoyan turned over but did not feel any pain. The falling mirror had completely merged into one. Sure enough, the 6th sister, without saying anything, finished fixing the mirror. With this, Dahaoyan will definitely win. The spiritual light reflection mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, can destroy all types of genjutsu and illusions below the causal level, and completely counter any attack below the mechanical level 3 times. Senior sister Luck looked into the mirror, looking thoughtful, saying that this magic weapon was not bad, but it was missing a rare spirit stone as a tool. If not, it can be used more times. However, this time the 5 Great Luan Kim Arena is located in Van Mung Trach, where she used to go. Dahaoyan, if you see it, remember to collect some. Right at this moment, the melodious bell sound rang out in the air from Sword Teen Tung. Dahaoyan also understood. Hong Chung passed the command. It seemed like the 5 great essays were about to begin. Senior sister Luck happily patted the young man's shoulder. Vu Van Cat's request is reasonable. This side cannot object. The clear blue sky also echoed the dragon's roar. The first person to arrive was the president of Kim, Kokokak Man Kim Phi. The president of Thean had trained they Van Koi flew in riding a crane. The sword race's little cot doll also quietly appeared on the steps. Only Van Kim Min is the strongest. As soon as the head of Dong Dai Tong arrived, he asked the head of the Kim Tintong sect to appear and bow down. Seeing Dong Fuang Tang Gaiet come up and talk, she was humiliated. Dahaoyan also unceremoniously appeared. "Which old dog came here to bark like that?" 5 great essays on sword officially opened today, but Van Kim Min was stubborn in the end, even asking the head of the Sword Immortal Sect to kneel and bow. Dahaoyan could not bear it. Faced with the pressure, he scoffed. General Dong immediately fell to the ground, the internal force under his feet causing the ground to crack. Dahaoyan was not afraid at all, immediately criticized Van Kim Min for using strength to bully the weak. hegemony, and there are people who say morality, but behind their backs do petty things. Hearing this, Van Kim Min Sect Master Lam, Van Lai commanded from afar, asking General Dong to kill Da Hyan. We cannot let this kid continue to talk nonsense. Receiving the order, General Dong immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand. Big sister is truly domineering, worthy of being my woman. As soon as she finished speaking, Nam Kung Triyu grabbed her ear tightly. I heard you stole something from me recently, but seeing as you helped me break through to the top this time, I'll forgive you, but this time Luan Kiem, you must win the championship for me. Then Nam Kung Triyu let go of Da Hoyan, declaring the rule of 5 Great Luan Kiem. Each sect can send a maximum of 2 disciples to participate. Their cultivation level must not exceed the peak of Truck Ko, located at Van Mung Trach at the foot of Sword Tinshan Tong. The content of the trial was to use demon pills as proof. General Van Kim Min Dong waved his hand and asked for one more rule. Disciples on stage can fight with each other. Sects are not allowed to interfere or take revenge. This action is clearly aimed at Da Hyan. Nam Kung Triyu asked Da Hyan for advice and received consent, announced the official start of the match, then made a seal with both hands. On Van Mung Trach, a large sword energy appeared. The disciples of all sects swept their swords away. Only Da Hyan was not in a hurry and slowly advanced. Up front, Long Xi's face was gloomy. He did not know who to talk to. When he arrived at the trial site, do not rush to compete for the demon pill. Hao Mao followed this time and was also full of malice, following Da Hoyan deep into Van Mung Trach. He immediately pulled out a signal flare from his body. When the fireworks exploded, Da Hoyan turned around and looked at Hao Mao coldly, asking, "Who are you signaling to? Do you want to collude with outsiders and betray the Sword Immortal Sect?" The 5 great commentaries on sword were originally the work of young people, but the appearance of the old thief Dong Day General was definitely not a coincidence. If he wants to kill me, he does not have to do it. Are you guys planning on doing it with Big Sister? Hao Mao saw that the matter had been revealed, no longer hiding it, pulled out his sword, and said frankly, "This time Luan Kiem, just kill Da Hyan. Long Sich will protect her to become the second person, and Big Sister has been targeted by Lam Van Lai for a long time. Her master is the sect leader of the next academy." Da Hyan looked at Hao Mao like he was looking at a fool. "With your low temperament in the outer gate, guess why I brought you here?" Before Hao Mao could react, Hoyan used his strength to kick the ground. The flat ground immediately cracked into a large network. Countless demon beasts rose from the ground, their blood-red bodies radiating evil aura, able to disguise themselves as their own kind. Immediately, all the flying ants torched the only outsider on the field. Hao Mao could only slash his sword and run away. The killed flying ants turned into demon pills and fell to the ground. Da Hoyan's eyes lit up, and he began to collect them frantically. Hao Mao was so angry that he exploded, but immediately a terrible pressure made Da Hoyan's face turn pale. The flying ant queen appeared behind her, her sharp eyes staring at Da Hyan. The boy immediately regained consciousness. Indicates that his brother has died without a complete body, can only collect demon pills to hide, and the mastermind is ahead. I definitely will not give up. Seeing the flying ants' attacks becoming more and more fierce, Hao Mao had to take out a speed talisman, forcibly increasing speed to kill Da Hoyan. But a full-force attack was easily blocked. Instead, Da Hoyan pulled out the Thandong seal and hit him hard in the face. Hao Mao's face was covered in blood, and he lay flat on the ground, his trembling right hand reaching inside his body to grope for something. Immediately, a thunderstorm appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning hit Hao Mao's body. His face deformed, and he slowly stood up. This move was originally intended to be used to fight against Long Sich. He smiled and pulled out a mirror from his body. Lin Kuang Mirror. Counter Impulse. Da Hoyan's mirror can reflect all attacks, including Hao Mao's hidden technique, is no exception. Looking at Hao Mao fiercely swinging his sword and slashing at him, The young man simply uttered the two words counterattack, causing Hahal Mao to immediately collapse. Dae Hoyen touched the trigram mirror and there was a crack. It was extremely painful. There were only two more uses left. We had to quickly go to Van Mong Trach to find the soul stone. Then Lin Hai appeared to try to clean up Hal Mao's body. After a while of bargaining, it was still sold to prevent the surrounding monsters from attacking. They will automatically move away, but in the lair there are definitely a lot of spiritual treasures and minerals. The boy jumped up under the moonlight and looked at the bright scene before his eyes. Such a large mine. Perhaps I became the richest person in the sect in the blink of an eye. And on this ground, there is also a bone of ancestor dragon home caught. I do not know what day is today, but I'm so lucky. What a bumper catch. Dae Hyen immediately took out the scroll hidden by Big Sister Deep Vu. Hide the entire nest of blood ants. These things cannot be known to others. I will practice here for a bit. Wait until you finish absorbing the two ancestor dragon home bones before going out to play with you guys. Not far above the anthil, when Long Sitch and the others heard the news, they came and saw blood ants on the ground and were investigating. There were no corpses on the ground. There was not even a drop of blood, but this bloody ant corpse did not have demon pills. Perhaps someone was using Hahal Mao for profit. But Dae Hyen is definitely not dead. Everyone splits up and must find him and destroy him. At this time, Dae Hyen had absorbed two cacti. The 13-dragon statue palace broke through the 8th level, and its physical strength got closer to the Yuan Yin realm. With a wave of his hand, the whole ground shattered. At this moment, a monster's roar rang out. Dae Hyen immediately clasped his hands together, just in time to test his strength. On the ground, Tu Kat Da was holding a sword larger than his body, not afraid of death, but slashed hard at A Bao Long. Heard the news. Dae Hyen. When I came to see it, I was shocked. The level 3 Storm Dragon stage was equivalent to the human Golden Dan stage. This little Kat Da was only in the middle of the bamboo stage and dared to fight alone. I also love it so much. A Bao Long was injured and saw that he was no match. So he raised his face to the sky and roared. Immediately a larger tyrannical dragon appeared. It seems like if you hit a small child, the old father will come. No, boss, do not run towards me. The white cat next to Tu Kat Doll immediately clung to Dae Hyen. No matter how hard he waved his hand, he could not escape. The white cat then spat out an unknown liquid that flew into the dragon's mouth with the wind. Dae Hyen wants to die. Big brother, it's really not me. You should find this sword cat. I do not know what this white cat's true identity is, but can also activate the god level selection system. Looking at the notice board in front of him, Dae Hyen coldly reached out to the white cat. Then he used his strength to throw the cat towards Tu Kat Da, and he himself accelerated, prepared to run away first. Seeing Dae Hyen like that, the angry white cat escaped Tu Kat Da's arms and jumped back to land on Dae Hyen's back. The strong force caused Dae Hyen to fall to the ground. He quickly stood up and threw the cat away, but immediately the cat appeared on him again. After running back and forth a few times, Dae Hyen finally remembered the fear of being controlled by Lin Nai. She was so tired that she fell to the ground and raised the white flag to surrender. When he saw the fierce mouth of the storm dragon about to bite down, Dae Hyen prepared to take out the Thandong seal as the final weapon. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tu Kat Da appeared in front of him, holding Tu Batch in one hand and Tarian in the other, carrying both of them quickly away from the demon beasts. However, the storm dragon did not want to let it go, releasing a terrifying stream of energy from its mouth. When Tu Kat Da discovered it, it was too late. The energy ball had quietly arrived right behind. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Tu Kat Da immediately threw both the person and the cat away. As for himself, he suffered the entire attack, rolling to the side unable to move, not even holding the great sword in his hand. But even so, Tu Kat Da still firmly told Dae Hoyen to take Tu Batch and run ahead, and one person dying is better than all of them dying together. Hearing that, Da Hoyen gently, placing his hand on Tu Kat Dao, he said, "Watch carefully, Big Brother will tell you how to subdue these two storm dragons." Before Tu Kat Da could react, Di Hoyen rushed out. Seeing Da Hoyen face the storm dragon without fear, a little warmth rose in the young man's heart. Maybe he's not as bad as rumored. But the truth came quickly. I only saw Da Hoyen pull out a red cloth from his body and sway it in front of the two storm dragons. His mouth was still muttering, "Come here and smell it. This is an inseparable thing for top experts. Ordinary people do not have a chance to see it." While still cultivating in the cave, Big Sister suddenly felt a cold feeling and involuntarily sneezed. I do not know how Da Hoyen is now. If he does not steal anything, he steals that. But Nam Kung Triu did not know that. At this time, Dae Hoyen was using her cloth to scare. Thanks to a ray of Vian energy, the two storm dragons trembled in fear. Under Da Hoyen's threats and enticements, they had to hand over their demon pills and hastily ran away. At this time, Tu Kat Da stood up and walked over. Without saying a word, he put the white cat into Dae Hoyen's hands. He also took out an ancient flute, saying that if he needed help in the future, just play the flute and he would come. Having finished speaking, Tu Kat turned around and left, not giving Da Hoyen any chance. And Da Hoyen has also completed the system task. Not only will you receive the title Eunuch Mandarin, but you will also be rewarded with a treasure cat that can evolve. Dae Hoyen picked up Tu Batch and looked at it forever, because in the cat's perception, he is the big brother of the manure picker. So when God Depp's eagle swooped down, Tu Batch smelled danger, quickly adjusted his posture to face backwards, then suddenly rushed forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Immediately after that, he launched a series of cat punches, leaving then Diep and his eagle covered in scratches. A little mistake caused them to somersault and fall down. Seeing such a good opportunity, Da Hoyen immediately shot out a flying sword to kill him forever. Who would have thought that then Depp in the air would discover the flying sword? Holding the seal with one hand, he immediately became one with the eagle, transforming into a giant bear form. But the flying sword staggered and fell in front of him. Then Diep blushed. He says he's a disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect, but this guy does not know any swordsmanship at all. Fortunately, I was still a little careful. While then Diep was absent-minded, he held the Than Dong seal and descended from the sky, directly hit the top of the bear's head, leaving letters as big as pork strands. Then Diep was also a bit stunned. Is not it said that the opponent is just a broken body? Why is he physically so strong? If it were not for my high defense, I would have left just now. Seeing that Da Hoyen did not maintain martial virtue and instead held the seal to attack, then Diep immediately counterattacked. A pounce with extraordinary strength repelled the opponent. Unfortunately, Da Hoyen was too agile and immediately activated the 13 Dragon Statue Palace. Countless bronze seals smashed into the bear's body, but unfortunately then Diep's defense was too tough. He kept fighting without any harm. Seeing that he could not gain an advantage, Da Hoyen did not want a fight, so he blinked and prepared to run away. Who would have thought that then Depp would transform into a spirit animal and in the blink of an eye chase after Da Hoyen? But in the next second, Da Hoyen saw an amazing scene. Only seeing on the vast steppe, countless giant rhinoceros were practicing. At this moment, Da Hoyen suddenly came up with a plan, grabbed a tree branch and separated all the deer, then introduced the deer that was chasing them. Going out, a large herd of deer saw the magical deer transformed by then Diep so beautifully. How could they contain their excitement? All rushed straight towards then Depp. I'm going, big brothers, who is the goddess? I'm a man, do not choose me. Unexpectedly, a bird egg that Tu Batch stole would make Kim Dan that dragon python angry. Not long after Da Hoyen abandoned then Diep immediately met Long Sai and Thoe Van Khoi in a big fight. The enemies became even more hostile when they saw each other. Long Sai directly threw away Thoe Van Khoi and took up his sword to stab at him. Tu Back did not know what he had discovered on his shoulder, so he left De Hien and went into the forest alone. Long's sword appeared like an ancient wind. Behind, Dai Hien was just about to take the Than Dong seal and risk his life when They Van Koi appeared behind. With just one sword, he cut Long's sword into two pieces, then swung out a beautiful flower sword. Longsich, your opponent is me. Dae Hoyen saw someone helping stop the enemy. His foot slipped and he ran away. After all, my urgent task was to find the soul stone, but Da Hien was still happy too early. When he was about to go into the forest, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. If he had not practiced, he would have been like that tree split in half by now. Dae Hoyen was about to find another way to run away, but then Deep appeared in front of him, holding his butt and standing up, trembling. Dae Hoyen sneered, "The guy's physical condition is not bad. He really does not need to lie down for a few days to recuperate." Then Deep got angry after hearing that the recent experience will be a lifelong wound. Without tearing Da Hien apart, it will be difficult to reconcile the hatred in his heart. In front is then Daipa Van Kim Min. Behind is Man Kim Phi of Kim Kokax. Dae Hien knows the current situation is not optimistic, but even now there is no escaping it. The necessary battles still have to be faced, but right now. The ground shook like thunder. In the grass not far away, Tu Batch rushed out holding an egg, jumped on Da Hien's shoulder and pointed back meowing. The boy was immediately speechless. "You did not just pick the eggs of a divine beast, did you?" said Caw was coming. A golden dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone and began to chase. Then Diep, good at taming animals, realized that this was the wild dragon python, is the snake-shaped demon beast that has the most hope of evolving into a dragon. Although its strength is not high, it is at least at the peak of its golden core. The soul stone that Da Hoyen had always dreamed of. Did not expect it to be so easy. Dae Hoyen immediately took out the Bagua mirror. Carefully insert the key soul stone into the mirror. Ting, the spiritual light reflection mirror was successfully refined, and its comprehensive properties increased. Can counter any attack under Kim Dan Gas. The counterattack effect is 5 times greater. Can be used once a day. Looked in with the glass and was overjoyed. Although the number of uses is reduced to once per day, the counterattack effectiveness is significantly increased, making it possible to fight even when facing Golden Pill Kwai. As for the remaining treasures, of course, he did not need to be polite and put them all in his pocket. The remaining people saw Da Hoyen being swallowed. They all stepped forward one by one to prepare to save Da Hyen. Long Sai took action first, countless attacks hitting Long Mang's head. Finally, a fatal blow slashed straight into the throat. The python used its teeth to grip the precious sword, making Long Sai unable to move. After that, everyone took turns attacking the python. Though Van Koi was still thinking about helping Dae Hoyen escape, jumping up high, he intended to cut the python in half, but at this moment an incident happened. The sword that was stuck in the python's mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. Longsich's entire body immediately retreated. The python opened its mouth wide, its tongue entwined tightly, crashing hard into the tree trunk, blood pouring out of his mouth. Longsich took advantage of the opportunity to use all his strength to slash down, directly cutting Long Mang in half. Only then did Man Kiem Phi realize that Long Sai had previously been hiding his strength. Now the aura radiating from him was clearly of the Kin Dan realm. Standing on Long Mang's body, Long Sai was overjoyed. Now all the treasures belonged to him. But the next moment, Long Mang's body suddenly exploded, and an extremely fast figure appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a slap hit him hard in the face. In the dust, Long Mang's body indeed had a royal bone. Furthermore, that was the most important head bone. In an instant, all the demon beasts in Van Mung Trach began to riot. Just to compete for that ownerless thing, this bustling atmosphere immediately spread to Kiem Tien Tong. Nam Kong Chiyu looked towards Van Mong, Trach not knowing what he was thinking. After that, he ordered Dong Fu Feng to send people to explore, and if there is any unforeseen situation, he must protect Dahayan at all costs. Behind him, Vu Van Cat looked forward with a gray face. In his hand, Hahal Mao's jade token was broken. My disciple has amazing talent. How can he not compete with Di Hoyan? It's clear that Nam Kong Chu used some trick to kill my disciple. Clearly suppressing Elder Van Neng, blinded by hatred and power, Vu Mong Trach immediately announced that he would ally with Van Kiem Min to take over the position of master of Nam Kong Chiyu. In Van Mong Trach, De Hoyan jumped high to grab the head, but Long Hyatt was faster, reaching out his hand to steal from Da Hyan. Luckily, in a split second, De Hoyan activated the ring on his hand, directly collect the head bone into the bag. Seeing that the cooked duck was about to fly away, Long Hyatt pulled out his sword and slashed hard at Da Hyan. Da Hoyan immediately summoned Than Dong to block it, and after the violent collision, both people fell to the ground. Da Hyan immediately felt bad. His internal organs were dull and painful. It seemed that this guy really had two. At this time, the Van Koi next to him shouted, "Be careful." Man Kim Phi intended to assassinate Da Hoyan while distracted. Avoiding the sword's energy, Da Hoyan shouted loudly, calling Man Kim Phi a righteous sect dog, and Long Hyatt a self-seeking person who harmed his fellow sect. Then Diep just now is the clearest proof. Why not join forces with me, defeat Dragon Blood, and then divide the treasure on his body 3 or 7 parts? Man Kim Phi said, "Do not try," but his sword hand unconsciously slowed down. The Van Koi next to him silently thought about his strength. At least it will be reduced by 2 or 3 cities. And although we have no grudges with Dahayan, in 5 Great Lun Kiem, eliminating the strongest first is the way of kings. So when Dahayan invited Thai Van Koi to fight together, he agreed without hesitation. Longshu smiled coldly. "Just relying on the two of you is not it enough for me to sharpen my knife?" Hearing that, Dahayan immediately laughed, took out an ancient flute and played it. From far away at the foot of the mountain suddenly appeared a figure. It was the sword race's little bone doll who arrived. From here, the strongest disciples of the 5 absolute swords were gathered. Dahayan immediately launched an attack on Dragon Blood. The giant bronze seal pressed down like a mountain. Although Long Hyatt easily blocked the blow, but the attacks of Tiukat Doll and they Van Koi immediately followed, forcing Long Hyatt to continuously block and retreat. Seeing that the 3 people were so difficult to deal with, Long Shu felt a bad feeling in his heart, so he threw a medicinal pill towards Man Kim Phi, who was far away, said that this is Tam Tham Kwai Gyan Dan. After eating it, it can increase your cultivation strongly in a short time. If Man Kim Phi helps him this time, everything else can be ignored. Man Kim Phi tightly grasped the pill, thought for a moment, then without hesitation swallowed it. Da Hoyan looked into the distance and Man Kim Phi stood up. Then the two fought. Da Hoyan immediately ran into the forest. "Though Sao is coming soon, I have to find a quiet place to deal with Man Kim Phi. Then I can safely absorb Hong Kot. And only by absorbing the power of the skull will I be strong enough to confront Long Sai." Thinking of this, Da Hoyan stopped walking. Seeing this, Man Kim Phi also stopped, and mockingly said that this place must be where Da Hoyan was buried. Da Hoyan lightly smiled contemptuously. "I was only worried about you. Licking until the end will not do anything." Hearing that, Man Kim Phi also felt the same pain. "Pull out your sword and jump down from above." Da Hoyan die. The 5 great disciples did not expect that the sword race's successor Tiukat Dal would be a female. Just now, Da Hoyan led Man Phi to a deserted place. At this time, Man Kim Phi originally intended to rely on his cultivation to crush Da Hoyan, but I did not expect that I could not keep up with the opponent's speed at all, and was instead upset by Da Hoyan's full mouth. Da Hoyan immediately caught the loophole, and the large bronze seal hit him hard in the face. After that, a series of consecutive attacks left Man Kim Phi dizzy, completely unable to defend. and was collected by Da Hyan as a contribution point. After that, Da Hyan took out the skull and countless spiritual treasures, sat on the spot and began refining. When the ancestral dragon skull is successfully refined, Da Hyan successfully reached the early stage of QI refining, and the demon beasts in Van Mong Trach also stopped rioting because of losing their skull aura. On the other side of the battlefield, Thay Van Ko was seriously injured and could only stand and watch Tu Kot Dal in the middle stage of Bamboo Foundation confront Long Xai in Kim Dan. However, at this time, Tu Kot Dal is completely not inferior, truly evil to the extreme. But right after this confrontation, Tu Kot Dal's body finally could not support it anymore. Long Sich gasped, "Man Kim Fei, that bastard. Why are you so slow? Could it be that he monopolized the ancient dragon bone and ran away? It seems like I only have one way to get the last treasure." Decide to fight quickly. When Long Si made a single-handed seal, a sharp flying sword appeared in front of him, surrounded by fire elemental particles flying in the wind. This sword's name is Fenthian. It is a spiritual treasure that the Master Lam Van Le gave me. Dying by this sword is enough for you to be proud of. Having finished speaking, Long Sai used a move called Fire Burning Thean to directly protect his body. The powerful sword energy accompanied by the sound of wind rushed straight towards the two people. Tu Kot Dal and Thay Van Koi were completely unable to resist and were blown dozens of meters away. Tu Kot Dal still tried to stand up. Long Sai swung his sword to kill the teenager. When a gust of wind blew past, Long Sich discovered that the sword in his hand felt unusual. It was Da Hyan who rushed to save Tu Kot Dal. Long Sai smiled coldly. "Da Hyan, you are not dead yet. Where is that bastard Man Kim Phi?" Da Hyan also did not hide it, saying frankly that Man Kim Phi had become a tiger under his sword, and thanks to him, I successfully absorbed the skull and entered the realm of Ki refinement. Hearing that, Long Sich was extremely angry. Everything he had done before had become a waste to others. "Then you should use death as payment." Having finished speaking, Long Sich raised Fanthian and slashed straight, but was completely unable to hit Da Hyan. On the contrary, Da Hyan jumped high, holding the Thandong seal in his hand, and slammed it down. "Long Sai, let's see how you hide." After absorbing the 5 yellow bones, Da Hyan became so perverted that he could easily block even a full-force blow from the innate spiritual treasure. Long Sai looked at Da Hyan in disbelief. "What realm is your body in? Why is it so strong?" Da Hyan said nothing. One hand grabbed the hilt of the Fanthian sword, the other hand held the Thandong seal and directly hit Long Sai's face. The 4 big words "simple pork" appeared clearly, causing Tu Kot Dal and Thay Van Koi next to him to burst into laughter. Looking at Da Hyan's satisfaction, Long Sai's heart was filled with humiliation, so he raised the Fenthian sword in his hand. Turned out to be countless sword lights surrounding his body, then swung forward. Da Hyan faced this attack completely. Worried, he took out a mirror from his body and gently uttered the word reflection. In the blink of an eye, Long Sai's sword light was completely absorbed, then pushed back with even more terrifying power. Directly causing Long Sai to be punctured with hundreds of thousands of holes. The mountain-like copper seal smashed into an impenetrable red energy ball. Long Sai roared madly at Da Hyan. "You dare to force me to use this treasure? This opportunity is considered a disaster for me. I will immediately crush the talisman. Will the Sword Immortal Sect finally have to receive the wrath of the Van Kiem Min?" Tu Hoda and Thay Van Koi next to him, looking at this scene, could only shake their heads helplessly. The bronze seal, as big as a mountain, crashed down violently. On top of Kim Tin Tung Mountain, Vu Van Cat said with a sorrowful look at that long would definitely be at the top of the 5 Great Luan Sword. If Da Hyan was killed, Nam Kung Triyu and the others will definitely panic. He can take this opportunity to invade. At that time, the strong support of Van Kim Min will be needed, General Hong said with a smile. Okay, immediately Long's jade tablet in his hand was shattered. General Hong understood that Long Sai was now dead. He angrily looked at Nam Kung Triu and the others. This must have an explanation. Unexpectedly, Lam Van Lai of Van Kim Min would come himself. I do not know if it was to avenge the defeated Long Sai or not, while De Hoyen was still bargaining with Lin Nai. Even though breaking the protection layer cost 300 points, Lin Hai only agreed to pay 100 points for Long's body. However, adding Long's treasures and the reward for completing the mission is also acceptable. Though Van Koi and Tiu Kot Do rushed over, congratulations De Hoyen, because Long Sai is dead, De Hoyen will definitely be at the top of the 5 great essays. This time they bet right. De Hoyen also intends to divide Long Sai's treasure between the two of them, because killing Long Sai is also a great merit. Unexpectedly, the Van Koi flatly refused, saying that the treasure was something Da Hoyen deserved. He only had one small request. It was the Sword Immortal Sect and the Thean Hate Sword page together against Van Kim Min. De Hoyen was happy to hear this. After Van Kim Min annexed Kim Ko's forces, the forces became even more powerful. Having an additional ally is naturally more beneficial to the Sword Immortal Sect, so without hesitation, I immediately agreed. But Tiu Kot Da's attitude surprised the two of them. He did not say yes or no, just said to take good care of Tubach, and then suddenly left. After that, Da Hyen Bai was invited Van Koi to ride the ferry crane back to Kiem Tien Tung. On the way, Da Hyen only thought about the reward that Big Sister had promised. Unexpectedly, Big Sister's voice, no matter what rang in her ears, startled the boy. But when I looked closely, I discovered that at Sword Tien Tong Square, Big Sister was fighting with Dong Dai Tong and Vu Van Cat. Dong Phuong Te Fong tried to rush into support, but was pulled back by Hong Nu Gai at Dung. Big Sister, outstanding genius, how can those old dogs compete? If you do not believe it, just wait and see. Sure enough, immediately, the energy in the battle began to collide violently. A powerful shock wave pushed General Dong and a few people back. Nam Kung Triu holds the spirit sword, majestic and majestic. Tam Xichthan Fong pointed straight at General Dong's throat. All the disciples in the square were shocked. A female left behind could defeat 3 expert helpers. 9 Thean Hyen Phuong Lion Can is truly terrifying. General Dong was forced into a dead end. Nam Kung Triu did not hesitate at any cost to declare war on Van Kim Min. What is that brat Da Hyen worth? Only then did Da Hyen know what was happening. He quickly jumped down from the ferry crane, hugged his big sister's shoulders. Do not be angry, big sister. I'll take care of everything later. Nam Kung Triu looked at the smiling man in front of him. A strange warmth welled up in his heart. I was about to say something when Da Hoyen grabbed my hand and pulled me away. Next to him, Vu Van Cat immediately started causing trouble. Believes that the Sword Tien Tong is chaotic. De Hoyen and Nam Kung Triu are unclear, ruining the Sword Tien Tong sect. I hope Van Kim Min acts righteously. Hearing that, a General Dong pretended to be majestic and asked De Hoyen if he knew his crime. De Hoyen sneered, we are 5 great allies, not superiors or subordinates. Who are you to dare point 5 fingers at Sword Tien Tong? To put it simply, let it be your business. As soon as these words came out, several masters were angry, but they were afraid that Nam Kung Triu did not dare to take action. De Hoyen continued to say solemnly, if you want to unify the 5 greats, let your oligarchs come here themselves. Otherwise, I'll pretend it never happened. Hearing that, the sisters could not help but laugh, and General Dong was so angry that he spat blood. However, no one expected that at this moment a storm of wind and clouds suddenly arose on Sword Tien Tong Square, and Lam Van Lai suddenly appeared in front of everyone. You ignorant brat, look who's here. Sword Immortal Sect is facing the biggest crisis. Lam Van Lai of Van Kim Min personally comes to the place. General Dong and the others immediately knelt down to greet him, but Vu Van Cat betrayed him again and invited Lam Van Lai to come and judge fairly. Lam Van Lai did not refuse, declaring himself the master of martial arts unilaterally judging Da Hoyan's evil heart. Not worthy of staying in the martial arts alliance. Hearing that, the senior sister had a gloomy face and asked again, what if the Kiem Teen Tong did not accept it? Lam Vanley smiled sinisterly, saying that if the Sword Immortal sect did not listen, they would kill everyone, but Nam Kong Triyu had other options. That is, Kiem Teen Tong merged into Van, Kiem Min, Namong Triyu joined him, so Da Hoyan's life could be spared. Before waiting for Nam Kong Triyu to answer, the Bat Kwai formation was set up in the middle of the square. A roar rang out in his ears. 9 senior sisters appeared in front of them at the same time. Lam Vanley's face became even more gloomy. It seemed like the 9 fairies were willing to risk their lives to protect Da Hyan. At this moment, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared behind Lam Vanley. It turned out to be the owner of the Sword Extreme Pavilion coming to support Lam Vanley. At this time, Nam Kong Triyu also fought unstable, even with the support of Husun Day formation, facing 2 old monsters at the peak. I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat. Faced with this desperate situation, Da Hyan was also a little panicked. After all, he was just a small monk cultivating weapons. Even if you have a support system, you cannot surpass 3 levels to defeat your opponent. You can only look to Thay Van Koi for help. Just as Thay Van Koi was about to say something, countless swords suddenly appeared in the sky, forming a portal of transmission. The great army of Theon has sword page. Come support. Lam Vanley gritted his teeth. Great army, are you sure you want to fight with us? Because of the fairy I admire. Of course you're welcome. Just as Lam Vanley was about to get angry, a strong stream of air suddenly shot out of the sky, standing straight in the middle of the square. When the smoke and dust cleared, a giant sword appeared, with 7 large words engraved on the sword's body, Dae Hoyan, Tiu Kot Da's friend. Everyone on the square was surprised, not expecting that even old man Kim Nung would come to support Da Hyan. It seems that life and death are unpredictable. Dae Hoyan smiled. Both sides had strength. So then, Lam Vanley, if you want to fight, then fight. Sword Trang Kim Vunai was worried. The 3 great sects joined forces. Even if I and Lam Vanley join forces, we still have no chance of winning. Before coming here, Blood Demon Old Ancestor told me that it was done. The moment when Sword Immortal Sect shakes is tonight. Lam Vanley heard the secret language, then looked into the distance. Very good. Today is the day the Sword Immortal Sect perishes. Just as the 5 Great War was about to break out, in the distant sky suddenly appeared the image of a tall tower. The shaking state that was about to fall was clearly not to be underestimated. Nam Kung Triu's expression instantly changed. This was the Sword Immortal Sect's world, Hell Tower. Trong Hao also expressed his resignation. Dae Hoyan Kim Trang suddenly remembered what his 3rd sister had said. This time Trong Hao also seemed to have improper intentions towards his eldest sister. Immediately wrapped his arms around his big sister and declared sovereignty. Unexpectedly, Trong Hao Kim Trang smiled brightly and explained that due to cultivating the practice, the feelings for Nam Kung Triyu are just loneliness on the path of swordsmanship. On the contrary, if you really have a fairy, I will not be able to progress further. After hearing this, Da Hyan did not know if it was true or not, so he waved his hand to let Trong Hao leave. Before leaving, Trong Hao did not forget to sarcastically express that countless powerful people in the fairy world were looking at Nam Kung. If he really wanted to own it, he had become stronger. Hearing that, Da Hyan was immediately speechless. Good old man, is this trying to humiliate me to the core? Seeing that everyone had left, Nam Kung Triyu began cleaning up the trash in the sect. Vu Van Cat was directly removed from his position as an elder, kicked out of the sect, and was never allowed to step foot in the Sword Tian sect. Upon hearing this, Vu Van Cat immediately became angry, drew his sword and shouted for the outer sect to follow him to suppress Nam Kung Triyu. But the other outer sect elders all laughed. Everyone stood aside pretending to be stupid. However, Nam Kung Triyu has no intention of ignoring anyone. One move of Fire Phoenix Liu Ngayan immediately caused all the outer sect elders to pack up their disciples. Seeing that the incident on the square had temporarily ended, Dongfuang Taifuang immediately stepped forward to tell the story of the World Prison Tower. After all, since Lam Vanley appeared, the World Prison Tower had begun to collapse. If the two sides had no connection, it would be difficult to explain. Around the Hell Tower, countless iron chains began to break. Hong Gaiet Dung could not fix it in time. The iron chain on his hand also broke immediately. Fortunately, Nam Kung Triyu arrived in time. One hand grabbed the iron chain and began to combine it. Hong Gaiet Dung saw her big sister coming and breathed a sigh of relief, expressed that he had just tried to repair the tower body, but it was ineffective. There was a problem inside the tower. It is basically impossible to recover from the outside. The sisters and brothers all discussed that they themselves can enter, but now the enemy is surrounded. If someone causes trouble, the lack of people to suppress it will cause bigger problems. If we do not send someone in, the trouble will be even bigger. Everyone will have a headache. Only Da Hoyan pointed at himself, softly asked, "Sisters, how about let me come in and see?" To help the sisters solve their difficulties, Da Hoyan also put all his efforts and decided to enter the World Prison Tower alone. The sisters all protested. The eighth sisters still hugged Da Hoyan tightly and did not let her die. After all, the 10-year agreement involved the life and the death of the two people. But the normally calm eldest sister supported Da Hoyan. Although the World Prison Tower is dangerous, it is also a good place to practice. Da Hoyan has many enemies outside. If there's a fight outside, they'll probably be the first to get in trouble. If you enter the World Prison Tower, you do not need to worry. Big Sister took out a set of exercises to teach Da Hoyan, saying that Da Hoyan's spiritual roots are extremely strong. You need to practice this exercise diligently. It will be useful to you sisters in the future. Hearing this, a number of scenes appeared in Da Hoyan's mind. Because they were not pleasing to the eye, the cat ignored them. At this time, Da Hoyan excitedly raised his hand to signal Oak. Big Sister said, "I understand. If the top makes me ride anyone, I'm going into the tower." Saying goodbye to the sisters, Da Hoyan entered the tower with confident steps, but as soon as he opened the tower door, he fell into an endless abyss. Da Hoyan looked around at the unpredictably changing objects, immediately understanding in his heart that this was 2D Dong Thean, truly the great handiwork of the ancestors of the Sword Immortal. Tongue, repair the fairy treasure. At this moment, Linai suddenly flashed out from within her body, suddenly saying that in the depths of World Prison Tower there was an aura similar to the system. Advised Da Hoyan that if there is a way, try to go deep into the deepest place. While the two were still talking, Da Hoyan also reached the bottom, but something felt wrong under his feet. It seemed he had stepped on something round. Looking closely, he discovered countless bloodshot eyes looking at him angrily. Da Hoyan jumped up and summoned the Than Dong seal, while Lin Nai explained that what was below was blood blue Phi Tong. Originally a monk, his soul was swallowed by the demon in the tower and turned him into a zombie. He has no magical powers, but his physique is extremely strong, equivalent to humanity's peak weapon, refining monks. Hearing this, Da Hoyan's head grew bigger. Their cultivation level was higher than his, and there were so many of them. There was no place to set foot. In her haste to escape, Da Hoyan came to a dead end. Countless blood lamb Phi Tong chased after him and rushed forward. Da Hoyan had no choice but to summon Lin Kuang Qin and use a group of strange ghosts to kill them all. Even though Lin Kuang Mirror was used from the beginning, at least it gave Da Hoyan more than 2,000 danger points. When the smoke and dust in front cleared, there was still a dwarf with fighting power on the ground. Da Hoyan thought he was a fish caught in the net. Just as he was about to use Than Dong's seal to kill him, he suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, screamed, and rushed straight towards Da Hoyan. Rush forward. Unexpectedly, the skinny dwarf was Sword Teen's junior brother. At this moment, he was rushing straight towards Da Hoyan before Da Hoyan could react. He quickly held his feet. A strange laugh emitted from his mouth, unexpectedly after 100 years. Finally, a living person entered the world prison tower. Immediately, a flying sword passed from above Dia Hoyen's head. In the blink of an eye, the old man was hovering above, flying sword, bloodshot eyes staring at Da Hoyen. Boy, what's your name? Quickly reveal your family name. Da Hoyen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at this old man's methods, he was stronger than his big sister, but he was imprisoned here for 100 years. Not knowing if the title Kiem Teen Tong could control him, Da Hoyen then had to reveal his sect and full name. The old man kept backing away. His entire aura became chaotic. Da Hoyen's mind was blank. If he thought about killing, he would kill. This is also too sudden. Quickly think about what his weakness is. Then Da Hoyen line moves and directly takes out a plate of sweet and salty pork leg from the space. Its strange shape and scent certainly deeply attracted the old man. His whole body could not take his eyes off the plate of pig's feet. He also said that he often turns into dragon, crystal, and phoenix marrow, but it's not as good as its fragrance spreading everywhere. Da Hoyen's head was covered in cold sweat, thinking to himself that he was lucky, that he bet right. This old man is truly a eater. The food he brought from another world to the cultivating world is also a great trick. At this moment, Da Hoyen raised the plate of pig's feet high, constantly teasing the old man and offering to use 10 questions in exchange for a plate of pig's feet. The old man immediately agreed without thinking, but the first question made the old man feel awkward. Da Hoyen asked what the feud between the old man and sword immortal old ancestor was. The old man did not want to answer this. But who would have thought that Da Hoyen was completely unreasonable and opened his mouth to put the pig's foot in his mouth? The old man had no choice but to say that his name was Sword Patriarch. He was the younger brother of old ancestor Sword Immortal. When it comes to the world Hell Tower, it depends on him and old ancestor. Built together, most of the demons and monsters were caught by him. The result was only because of the difference in cultivation ability between him and Sword Fairy. The Sword Immortal old ancestor locked him in the world Hell Tower. Over the years in the tower, he has endured all the ridicule. The second question, regarding the unusual condition of the tower, Kim said that recently there was someone sitting at the Thean Kwang level. But Da Hoyen's cultivation base was too low. Even the first 10 floors of Dia Sat cannot be entered, saying it is of no use. Da Hoyen listened for a while and thought for a while. In the end, he still wanted Kyun to give him the documents. In the tower, but the old guy said it was of no use. He had already eaten the pig's feet. Da Hoyen had to figure out the rest himself. Not killing him would be a shame. Da Hoyen sighed and took out a blue bottle from his chest. It seems that we still have to use a special trick. In front of us, the wine is thousands of delicious, not as good as a bottle of Nikwo Da. As soon as Da Hoyen screwed the lid on the bottle, a strange smell of wine flew into Sword Master's nose. The old man could not hold it in anymore, so he jumped up and grabbed the bottle of wine. After leaving behind the World Prison Tower secret text, it disappeared without a trace. After absorbing the secret text, Da Hoyen finally understood the whole story. Turns out that the World Prison Tower is an extremely powerful fairy treasure, divided into 72 levels of Diasat and 36 levels of Thean Kong. Each floor has a demon head guarding the right path, and every 9 floors there is a repair department. Originally, every 10 years I had to go into the tower to maintain the organs, but 10 years ago the Sect Master and all of Than Truyen's disciples died in battle. As for the sisters who had just gotten married, they were completely unaware of this matter, and it was no wonder that the people in the tower would take the opportunity to launch an attack. But I cannot control that much. I can only go to the first 9 floors to see if I can activate the first organ. And when Da Hoyen went deeper, 2 shadows also followed closely behind, but it was estimated the gap in strength was too large. Da Hoyen did not detect any abnormalities. Still in the main hall of Van Kiemon, an old man was bowing before Lam Van Lay. It was Vu Van Cat who was expelled from the sect by Kiem Tien Tung. This time he came here to report to the Great Sect Lam Van Lee. One day, there is still hope of returning to Sword Immortal Sect to take over the position of sect leader. Lam Vanley opens his arms. You are indeed a smart person. Then let this master see your sincerity. After speaking, Lam Vanley snapped his fingers. The curtain behind him slowly opened. A shocking scene appeared before my eyes. A ball of bright red blood floating in the air. Countless dead people were lying on the ground. And in the center of the blood sphere, a dried corpse was radiating extremely powerful pressure. Seeing this, Vu Van Cat immediately understood that this was the blood demon formation that took the lives of living people, and fresh blood as a guide. It seemed that Lam Vam Vanley had colluded with the blood demon old ancestor for a long time. I'm afraid that the chaos at the world prison tower cannot escape being involved. Lam Vanley looked at Vu Van Cat's changed face and smiled coldly. Elder Vu Van, this battle is closely related to the world prison tower. More blood is needed. Can you share the difficulties for this, Lord? Hearing this, Vu Van Cat immediately understood what Lam Vanley meant. If he wanted to cling tightly to this giant tree, he must first cut off his own arm. Then look towards the group of disciples who had come together. Children, the master usually treats you well. Now is the time for you to repay me. Before the disciples could react, Vu Van Cat suddenly burst out with internal strength. Push all the disciples into the Great Formation. Receive fresh nutrients. The Great Formation becomes even brighter red. As for Blood Demon Old Ancestor in the center of the blood ball, his already strong aura became even more powerful. Vu Van Cat's eyes are red and full of blood. Kiem Tien Tong, Lam Kong Chiu, Da Hoyan, I will definitely crush you into ashes. And in the Hell Tower, Da Hoyan is fighting a green jellyfish, so toxic that it can corrode the land. Next to him, Tu Batch suddenly opened his mouth, saying that the jellyfish waste was extremely delicious, and after killing it, he would decide first. Da Hoyan instinctively cursed, then immediately realized that Tu Batch could really, if Da Hoyan became his retainer, the benefits will be huge. Having finished speaking, Tu Batch gently rubbed his cheek against Da Hoyan's cheek. A stream of magical power flooded into the young man's brain. Immediately, all information about the metamorphic jellyfish appeared before Da Hoyan's eyes. Realizing that the jellyfish was afraid of metal elemental attacks, Da Hoyan immediately pulled out the Than Dong seal and advanced. With just a simple strike, he immediately received 50 points of poison contribution. When he saw the dead jellyfish, Tu Batch happily ran over and started cutting up the body. But right at this moment, the sound of despicable little thief suddenly rang in my ears, accompanied by a fire elemental attack. Da Hoyan trembled. When the fire flashed, a man identical to Natra appeared before his eyes. Unable to do anything else, the patrol mission obeyed the Demon King's orders. Come here to arrest you. I did not expect the organization in the world prison tower to be so strict. Da Hoyan only killed 2 beasts guarding the gate on the 2nd floor. This immediately led to the appearance of the so-called patrol ambassador in the tower. Without saying a word, he wanted to arrest Da Hoyan for trial. Luckily, this time the gate leading downstairs was just right open. Seeing that, Da Hoyan did not hesitate to rush in, ending up right at the entrance to the 3rd floor. A giant 3-eyed black tiger was lying in ambush there. Seeing Da Hoyan coming in from the door, it immediately launched a brutal attack. In the moment of danger, Da Hoyan also jumped up to avoid it. The black tiger did not have time to stop and crashed in the patrol guard. The patrol ambassador was suddenly attacked. His instinct immediately kicked the black tiger away and used the mixed Thean bat-faced spirit to lock it tightly. Then swung his spear to cut the tiger in half. But seeing the tiger's head on the ground, the patrol officer immediately realized, this is clearly my little demon, and that human has disappeared somewhere. Da Hoyan hid behind and did not forget to scoff. The patrol ambassador helped me destroy the enemy. You are really not bad as a demon. After hearing this, The patrol ambassador immediately became adept at speaking. This is a serious mistake at work. Not only will my salary be deducted, but this year's bonus will also go down the drain. It seems that Da Hyan can only be killed to atone for his sins. Faced with the ferocious attack of the patrolman, Da Hyan could only helplessly dodge. But in the end, he was still one move away. Chaos Thean Lin stabbed straight in the face. At the crucial moment, countless pink lights flashed nearby. Da Hyan raised his hands and looked into the distance, thanking the strong man for his silent help. Can we come out and meet? But I waited forever and did not see any reaction. I only saw a flash of pink light in the distance, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that this was done, Tuyubak immediately rushed to Blackfire's body. He intended to take the demon pill to absorb it, but Da Hyan grabbed his head and forced Tuyubak to reveal Lin Nai's weakness. After that, while the door to the next floor was not open, Da Hyan also took advantage of the practice. The next morning, Lin Nai arrived on time, holding a sharp axe and slashing at Da Hyan, while Da Hyan took out Tuyubak's deity. A stream of strange liquid gushed out, causing Lin Nai to be in pain and unable to open her eyes. Turns out yesterday, Tuyubak told Da Hyan that his urine is a strong acid to the demon race, which is why he took action today. After that, Da Hyan threw Tuyubak aside, took out a brick, intending to take advantage of the enemy's weakness to finish off, but unexpectedly he was tied up tightly by Chaos Thean Lin. Da Hyan's chest was hit hard. The whole person collapsed in a pool of blood. Bat Jioi immediately appeared next to him. Da Hyan, you cannot die. Da Hyan started taking advantage of Bat Jioi again because he did not know which expert helped. Da Hyan decided to pretend to lose and pretend to be seriously injured in front of the patrol officer. Seeing Bat Jioi next to him, he was extremely worried and quickly ran out to see Da Hyan's condition. Who would have thought that Da Hyan was completely uninjured? There was only a hard mirror on his chest. On the contrary, the blood was flowing non-stop, screaming in pain on one side. Bat Jioi immediately realized that he had been tricked and waved his small fist to punch Da Hyan in the chest, but was hugged tightly by Da Hyan. After a series of sweet words, Bat Jioi also told the truth. It turned out that the eldest sister was worried that Da Hyan in the tower would be in danger, so she sent the old 7 and the 8 to secretly help. Seeing that T appear, the two of them, who were still as sweet as elementary school students, separated. That Tidon Mok Fu is the most mysterious assassin of the sword Teen Tongue. When she glanced at him, both his body and soul stiffened. After that, Bat Jioi asked about the situation in the tower. That sister's face was gloomy, saying that under the Hell Tower there was a blood demon air array operating, corroding the tower's original protective formation. If no one goes to the reinforcement agency, I'm afraid it will not last long. Da Hyan believes that as long as 3 people join forces, we'll definitely make opponents run away. Unexpectedly, that Tai and Batta both objected, saying that Da Hyan's speed was too slow, so the two of them will go first. That Tai is in charge of Thean Quang 36 floors. Batti and Da Hyan are in charge of Diasat 72 floors. After giving Da Hyan a jade transmission slip, Da Hyan and Bat Tai also parted ways. Kam Tong hid to the side, muttering to himself, thinking how dare this kid come here alone. It turned out that there were 2 senior sisters, Sword Fairy, following him. But this matter has nothing to do with me. I just need to wait for this kid to die before I can go plunder precious treasures. At this time, news of Tamlin's death was transmitted to Diasat Main Hall. Demon Hong Diasat carried the thorny mace up. I want to see who dares to break into the world prison tower and kill my messenger. Who would have thought that the rough demon Emperor Diasat would have a demon daughter as beautiful as a flower? Seeing his father preparing to attack, Ngayat Than Thean quickly approached. She whined and said that she had been cultivating in the tower every day, but now that outsiders were coming, let her go out and kill them. The demon emperor looked awkward, knowing that the messenger had died at the hands of Da Hyan. it would be bad if something happened to his beloved daughter. Seeing that her father was hesitant to agree, the girl turned around and looked angry, said that if father does not agree, I will not care about him anymore. Love Hong had to nod, let Ngayat Thanthian go out and play to her heart's content. The girl jumped up happily, immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out of the room. The demon emperor's face turned black and he called a Milungu to order him protect the secret. After all, as a biological daughter, it's impossible not to worry. After saying goodbye to the sisters, Da Hoyan called Lin Nilai to collect the body, not only earning 3,000 merit points. The god level selection system has also been upgraded to level 3. Da Hoyan immediately asked Lin Nai after upgrading. In the end, the World Hell Tower is extremely dangerous with one more trump card, one more way to live. Lin Nai immediately started talking about everyday life. Although the items in the store system are not bad, I still advise Da Hyan to spend some credit points to evaluate Dendong, and this thing looks like a treasure. Being used as a brick by Da Hyan is truly a waste of heaven and earth, and it only takes 1,000 attack points to be able to assess it. Da Hyan thought that Lin Nai's words were reasonable. There was nothing valuable nearby, so she evaluated this unique magical weapon first. Who knows, maybe can help me overcome obstacles. Would not that be a great benefit? Thinking of this, Da Hoyan had to agree. Lin Nai did not say much after receiving the points. She immediately started assessing, but when the energy poured in, Lin Nai suddenly discovered something unusual. Her body suddenly grew a few points larger. Endless spiritual energy began to flow into Thandong, and seeing that Da Hyan also tensed up, big sister, there's no need to risk your life to make money like that. It's not worth it to risk your life. Lin Nai gasped. Do you think I want it? I just investigated and discovered that there was an ancient ban on it by Kwangthan Tutu from Ku Tian's son. If I stop midway, I will get a backlash. Following the dissipation of surrounding energy, the appraisal of the bronze seal will finally end. At this time, Thandong's name had changed to Fian Thian and one of the 10 fragments of the ancient divine weapon. This sacred weapon was originally the whole mountain of Babat Chusun, refined by Quan Tu into a Dharma seal. Then Quang Than gave this seal to his disciple En Jiao. Then he ordered her to go down the mountain to destroy the Shang dynasty. Unexpectedly, En Jiao helped True commit a crime, using Fian Thian's seal to kill the people of the world. In the end, Quang Than went down the mountain to dissuade him, but his disciples used this seal to beat him and his soul scattered. And this thing also broke. Fragments were scattered all over the 3 worlds. If you can collect enough fragments, you will unlock more magical powers. Seeing that, Da Hoyan laughed out loud. This thing is also an ancient divine weapon. If I collect enough in the future, will not I be invincible, to be able to buy the practice technique of Fian Thian? And Da Hoyan continuously passed several levels of Diasat Tower. His attack points also reached more than 7,000. Originally thinking how expensive a set of exercises could be, the price the system offered made the young man gasp. Da Hoyan had no choice but to tell Lin Nai, expressing that with her handsome beauty, setting up a debt is no big deal, right? Lin Nai immediately waved her hand and slapped back. If you want to buy them, buy. If not, then do not. Am I missing those coins? Seeing that the handsome man's trick was ineffective, Da Hyan came up with another plan and started to switch to begging mode, wanting to use known tricks to obtain the technique. Lin Nai thought for a moment and said it's not impossible, but 100 chapters of Fian Thian Tam Sutra require 1,000,000 contribution points. That is, each chapter requires 10,000 contribution points, but according to your leveling speed, 10,000 contribution points can also be paid. So I'll give you the first chapter. Receiving the first chapter of the Heart Sutra, Da Hoyan immediately began to comprehend it. In a moment, the laws of heaven and earth flowed into Da Hoyan's body like an entity. An illusory golden dragon rushed straight towards Fian Thian, and seeing the seal in his hand change from green bronze to pure gold, Da Hoyan smiled triumphantly. The Fian Thian seal had been initially formed, enough to give the demons and devils in the world Hell Tower a headache. After entering the 7th floor, Dahoyan discovered that the inside was completely empty. There was no monster, only a melodious song echoing in the tower. However, after hearing the singing, his whole body fell into a dazed state. Not far behind the tree, a female demon cautiously poked her head out to observe for a while before flying to Dahoyan's side. Use your fingers to continuously poke his chest. After determining that the person in front of her really had no reaction, the female demon excitedly turned around and called out to her sisters. Soon, a group of female demons gathered around Dahoyan, wanting to turn his soul into a delicious dish to enjoy. But at that moment, a female demon discovered Dahoyan's eyes were streaming with tears, knowing that if humans are unhappy, the soul will become scary, then it will not taste good anymore. They have to find a way to cheer this guy up. Therefore, the female demon leader had to ask Dahoyan what he liked in this life. I only saw Dahoyan standing there stunned for a moment, then took out a stack of photos from his chest, saying that he liked watching the beauties wearing these clothes dance the most. Dance? According to the above order, the female demons had to change into the costumes in the picture and begin performing the hot mission. This scene made Dahoyan immediately give a thumbs up, his nose bleeding non-stop. At this time, a female demon saw that Dahoyan was still awake and shouted loudly, "Sisters, stop jumping. We've been tricked. We've been fooled." I did not expect Dahoyan to be so cunning. To repay his debt, he tied up all the female demons and, even better, captured them for Lin Nai to work with. Lin Nai was not polite, accepted a few of them, and generously deducted 90,000 credit points from Dahoyan. Seeing that, Lin Nai did not hesitate to accept them, and generously deducted 9,000 merit points from Dahoyan. At this time, Tu Batch suddenly appeared from behind, his nose continuously sniffing the air, appearing as if he had smelled the scent of Talong Hong Kot. And it's downstairs. Hearing that, Dahoyan immediately rushed away. He had experienced the terrible power that Hong Kot brought, and it was impossible to say that he was not moved. Rushing away, Dahoyan just entered the 8th floor and saw countless deserts, a red shadow rushing straight from afar. Before he could see clearly what it was, he was swept away, his mouth full of yellow sand. Tu Batch shouted loudly, "Chase it! The Dragon Emperor's bone was in the body of Kim Sai-Dai Bang just now." Dahoyan pulled out the Fenthian sword, closely behind Dai Bang. Kim Sai-Dai Bang saw that he could not escape the flying sword, so he raised his hand to launch a fireball to attack. But after a fierce explosion, Dahoyan suddenly disappeared without a trace. While the birdman was still confused, Dahoyan appeared behind the desert holding the upgraded Fenthian seal. A brick hit him directly on the head, causing the birdman to die on the spot. Dahoyan saw the falling chest and Hong Kot and was overjoyed. This Fenthian brick is very good, but consumes too much spiritual energy. I'm afraid I'll just hit it a few more times and run out of spiritual energy. When Dahoyan retrieved the ancestral dragon royal bone and prepared to refine it, a long-range attack suddenly descended. Luckily, his arm had been refined by Hong Kot, so he blocked it immediately. Then, a blonde demon girl appeared before Dahoyan's eyes, staring at me. "Your human cultivation is pathetic, but your physical strength is similar to my demon race. While qualified to fight with me." Dahoyan pushed back the oppression. His heart was full of sorrow. How long would this continue? Right at the crucial moment to refine Hong Kot. Why is there someone chasing after him and he is still at the peak of Kim Dan? It seems that he is not ordinary. Lin Nai suddenly appeared next to him. Choose the divine halberd to immediately activate. Facing the strongest enemy ever, your choice is to kneel and beg for your life. The system will immediately teleport you out of the tower or repel the demon princess. The reward is one information option. Dahoyan looked at the demon girl in front of him, his mind quickly moving. While talking just now, the demon girl kept mentioning the human race and the demon race. It seems that he is a person who values his bloodline very much, so the 36-step strategy of Confronting will have a magical effect. Thinking of this, Dahayan slowly sat down. Miss, may I ask how to address you? Unexpectedly, the demon princess is an innocent girl. Clearly, Dahayan no longer has any spiritual power left, like a lamb waiting to be killed. But Ngayat Thanthian now talked about the night spirit, asking Dahayan to return to his full state to fight with her. Dahayan tried to suppress the joy in her heart and turned her head to the side. There was such a good thing. It seemed that this girl had never experienced beatings from society. Perhaps he was born in the world Hell Tower, with a simple mind that does not know the evil of people's hearts. Just when Dahayan was full of thoughts, an attack came from the side. Mai Lin, who was secretly protecting the princess, finally could not help but attack. Once he hit the target, he held his sword and stood aside. Dahayan silently cursed, "Why is there another beautiful woman and also Kim Dan Kai?" At this time, Mai Lin held her sword in both hands to greet the princess, saying that she was following the orders of the demon emperor to assist. Ngayat Thanthian was too familiar. "My other father never trusted me, so leave him alone." Mai Lin held her sword in both hands and shouted, "Human beings are despicable. Let me deal with you." Hearing these words, Ngayat Thanthian's face became unsightly. Her whole body seemed about to explode. Daehoyen saw everything, slowly stood up, and asked Mai Lin why she hated humans so much. Had she ever been deceived by someone? Mai Lin heard that and blurted out, "That is completely impossible. How can vile humans be compared to our demon race?" Ngayat Thanthian stood behind and listened to Mai Lin's words. Her face became even more gloomy, but it could be seen that she was still trying to suppress it. Daehoyen observed everything and saw the little girl opposite. Hearing Mai Lin criticize humans, immediately changed her expression. Combined with the fact that she values her bloodline so much, could it be that she is a half-demon? If so, then it's easy. Today I have to show her how simple society is. People are complicated. After that, a Daehoyen immediately caused trouble by asking Mai Lin, "Where are the humans with swords?" Mai Lin was indeed not smart enough, so she blurted out and cursed humans for their weak cultivation and corrupt morality. They are all a bunch of men with swords and women with songs. In any aspect they cannot be on par with our demon race. When Mai Lin finished shouting these words, the whole desert suddenly became quiet. Only the wind and sand from afar kept rolling up. Ngayat Thanthian's face was gloomy like the sky before a storm, making people shiver. Mai Lin was startled and turned around and knelt down. "Princess, this young lady was not referring to you. Why was I so stupid? Forgetting that the princess mother was also human." Did not those words curse the princess just now? It was all instigated by this person. This young lady will immediately go kill him. But as soon as Mai Lin's sword slashed, Daehoyen still calmly crossed her arms across her chest. She knew that the next second, someone will help her block this fatal blow. Ngayat Thanthian coldly looked at Mai Lin. "It does not matter whether she is a lover or a lover, as long as she is strong, even if she is a hybrid. I can also roam heaven and earth. Its fate is decided by me today." Daehoyen truly deserves the name of the King of Words. A few words made the demon princess help her block the attack, but immediately after that, Ngayat Thanthian immediately told Daehoyen to present a reason so she would not kill Daehoyen. Hearing this, Daehoyen immediately used a plan to provoke the general, saying that he had just finished fighting and his spiritual energy was exhausted. If the demon princess wants to take advantage of this opportunity, then there is no way for me. Ngayat Thanthian's face tightened. Her murderous aura filled the air. "Very good. I have never seen such an arrogant mechanic. I will give you a chance to correct yourself. At that time, if I cannot solve you within 3 moves, I will spare your life." While Daehoyen begins to meditate and recover, Ngayat Thanthian summoned a set of tables and chairs and slowly began to observe. Noi Lin still wanted to open her mouth to dissuade her, but Ngayat Thanthian had already shown her determination. "If you still talk too much, quickly roll back to your father's side." At this moment, the Daehoyen suddenly opened her mouth and said that her cultivation spirit stones had been used up and Her Highness the Princess could do good deeds. Can you give me some spirit stones? Ningayat Thanthian was extremely surprised. She had never seen anyone so shameless. I will generously give you time to correct yourself. You still want me to add more spirit stones. Mylin next to me could not bear it anymore. She pulled out her sword and wanted to compete with Dae Hyan. Dae Hyan turned his face to the side. Well, he already knew that the demon race was all insidious people, and even said that he wanted to fight at the top. Without spirit stones, how can we recover to our peak? Ingayat Thanthian was still young. How could she bear this kind of bargaining from Dahuyan? She immediately took out a bag of 100,000 spirit stones and gave it to Dae Hyan, but Dae Hyan was still not satisfied, saying that she was a demon princess but only had 100,000 spirit stones. It seems that the demon race is just like that. Ngayat Thanthian is almost crazy. Humans are shameless. You are really above the head. But thinking about wanting to kill you now, I must make you die and be convinced. Ingayat Thanthian still took out a bag of 50,000 spirit stones. Dae Hyan looked at the mountainous pile of spirit stones in front of her, smiling happily. When I recover to my peak, I will definitely fight with her for a few hundred rounds. At the entrance to the 36th floor of Thean Koang, a top demon dragon was patrolling around. Fortunately, Seven Sister stealth technique was quite powerful. Quietly sneaked in, then hurried forward. Still on the 45th floor of Daya Sat. Eight sisters are confronting a skeletal king. Both have the same thought, quickly repairing their organs to save the Sword Immortal Sect. His Danshan has also begun to have a secure path. Surely the breakthrough in Ki refining will come soon. Ingayat Thanthian looked at Dahoyan standing up, full of fighting spirit. Next to her, Mai Lin still wanted to remind the princess to be careful, but unexpectedly Ningayat Thanthian did not care. Kim Dan was not so scary about refining weapons. Just as Ngayat Thanthian was about to make a move, Dae Hoyan played tricks again, saying that this was an overwhelming match. He also wanted to give a few conditions. If he could block 3 attacks without dying, then the demon and emperor's people would not be allowed to bother him in the future. And if he can block 3 more attacks, each additional attack without dying, the demon emperor must give him another level of risk. If 3 attacks pass, he can leave at will. I did not expect Ngayat Thanthian to be so difficult to play. As soon as Ngayat Ho Luon flew out, it divided into 9. From different angles, he rushed straight towards Dae Hoyan. Dae Hoyan kept dodging, but to no avail. Finally, he was hit by a spinning wheel. The whole person immediately collapsed to the ground. Mai Lin crossed her arms and said that the princess was powerful. I was really worrying too much just now. I hope the princess does not blame you. While the two were talking, Dahoyan's mouth was stained with blood, and she stood up from the sand again. The demon princess indeed had some bravery. If it were not for his body cultivating to the realm of cause, he would probably have gone to the other world. Ngayat Thanthian saw Dahoyan stand up. Without hesitation continued to throw Ngayat Ho Luon, but Dahoyan took advantage of the loophole, ducked to dodge, then accelerated to hug Ngayat Thanthian's waist tightly. The girl who had never had contact with the opposite sex turned red. You bastard! What are you doing? Let me go. Dae Hoyan smirked. She only said 3 moves to take my life, but did not say I could not counterattack. Hearing that, Ngayat Thanthian was angry, directly raised her hand, and a palm technique containing infinite power struck out, hitting Dae Hoyan deep into the ground. Looking at the other person lying motionless, Ngayat Thanthian and Malun thought it was over. The two turned around to leave, but at that moment, a voice rang in their ears. What's the hurry? We are not dead yet. Seeing this scene, Malin felt extremely unbelievable. What exactly was Dae Hoyan's body made of? Even though he had reached the peak of Kim Dan, he could not retreat with his whole body under the princess's powerful attack. Dae Hoyan did not care, pointing at Ngayat Thanthian, saying that 3 moves had passed. Could she be considered a winner or not? Ngayat Thanthian frowned slightly. He said that even if Da Hoyan won, he would definitely keep his promise to wait for him on the 10th floor. But this time Da Hoyan said that the matter was not over yet. He still wanted to continue to challenge. Ingayat Thanthian was really angry after hearing this. It was clear that Da Hoyan had the ability to fight back, but he always pretends to be weak to deceive people. So he will also use all his strength. I only saw Ngayat Thanthian making a decision with one hand. The mouth chanted a mysterious incantation. The water shadow spreads blood and clear water. The dark fragrance floats like the rich munflower. The munflower is calm. In the blink of an eye, Da Hoyan was taken into an illusion, surrounded by nothing but a full moon hanging high in the sky. Damn it, do not let people play anymore. Is not this the Kinwai legend? This girl was only in the Golden Dan period, and she was able to figure it out. It's truly too unnatural. If this girl belongs to our human race, the future is truly unpredictable. At this time, Ingayat Thanthian sat high on Ngayat Ho Luon, cold eyes looking towards Da Hoyan. Human, are you ready to die? Da Hoyan raised his hands and smiled. Of course, I decided to surrender. This action immediately made Ngayat Thanthian freeze. Mai Lin held her sword in both hands and stepped forward. Boy, you dare to deceive me. The princess has used all her tricks, but you suddenly surrendered. Immediately after that, Ngayat Thanthian lowered himself to the ground. That's enough. Our demon race keeps our promise. I will wait for you at the Diasat floor. At that time, I will definitely take your life. Seeing that the princess had said so, Mai Lin had to reluctantly follow the princess back. Meanwhile, at Kim Sai-dai Bang's nest, Da Hoyan also discovered countless heavenly treasures, not only the Inki Tam Than Dan used for cultivation, but he also has a top-notch set of gentle techniques, Bong Kun Fap, and there are no problems with his strength and physical strength, only lacking in speed. This set of exercises arrived at the right time. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Blood, Demon Old Ancestor continuously absorbed fresh nutrients. The situation in Hell Tower is extremely dangerous. The eldest sister is holding a sword and standing on top of the tower, but a green tear is falling from her eyes. Da Hoyan, you must be careful. If you die, I will definitely kill thousands of demons in the tower to avenge you. The Tam Ho Kuk Peak is inherently virtual. The footsteps on the cloud with a needle. Right after Da Hoyan drank Ni Tiem Than Dan, the whole body felt pain as if it was being torn apart, but in the moment when my eyes opened and closed, I seemed to see a yellow flower blooming shyly. Looking at the strange phenomenon scattered in the sky, Lin Nai found it hard to believe. She did not expect that this kid would actually reach the realm of Tam Ho Ku Din. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Diasat Demon Emperor, Mai Lin was reporting everything that had just happened. When she heard Thanthian acting strangely with Da Hoyan, perhaps having touched her thoughts, the Demon Emperor immediately widened his eyes, his whole body restlessly moving around. Think for a moment and then order Mai Lin to follow the princess closely. The vile human dares to flirt with my daughter. See if I do not tear her to pieces. At that moment, countless falling flower petals appeared in the sky. The Demon Emperor raised his head in surprise, not expecting that the world Hell Tower could lead to a vision of heaven and earth. Could it be that obnoxious little guy sneaked in? Meanwhile, Da Hoyan in the desert was greedily paying attention. Although my cultivation base has not changed, my Danshan has expanded dozens of times, and my accumulated spiritual energy has become deeper and deeper. Finally, I was able to continuously stimulate Thanthian, and when the ground began to shake, Da Hoyan understood that the collapse of the Hell Tower was still ongoing. The urgent task now is to repair the agency. Arriving at the 9th floor, Da Hoyan looked at the ruined agency with great emotion. This must have been the reason why the Hell Tower collapsed. Large organizations need rare and precious spirit stones to operate. If there is a stockpile of spirit stones, it must be nearby. When Da Hoyan was about to enter a house that looked like a warehouse, behind him suddenly came several strong blasts of air, which turned out to be 3 humanoid demons attacking. But in the blink of an eye, Da Hoyan disappeared. The three demons failed to hit and crashed into each other. Dae Hoyen sits on Fian Thean and smirked, looking at the monsters. I said, why did not I see my arms? It turned out they were all ambushing me on the 9th floor. Seeing one of them, a demon bird flapping its wings to kill De Hoyen, threw Fian Thean and strongly. But the demon bird dodged. Who would have thought that Fian Thean's goal was not to love birds, but to love lions and elephants on the ground? Dae Hoyen stood floating in the air, slightly surprised. As expected, he was the demon kin of the 9th floor. He was hit by Fian Thean and was not harmed, but fortunately I practiced Bong Khan back Mun Kong, then first used this demon bird to open the knife. Dae Hoyen used the dragon elephant bow with all his strength and shot out a 10,000-pound arrow. As soon as he finished defending, he rushed straight towards Dae Hoyen, but his soul was still broken by Fian Thean, and the elephant man saw that the situation was not good. Without saying a word, he ran away, but was blocked by Dae Hoyen with a dash. Before Dae Hoyen could show any signs, the elephant man fell to the ground. Grandpa, please do not kill me. Does not Grandpa need rare spirit stones? I can pay a lot, just please spare my life. Dae Hoyen smiled and looked at the spirit stone in his hand and was about to say something when the elephant man was slashed in half from behind. The rare spirit stone also fell into that person's hands. Looking closely, junior sister Kim led the way, his sword pointed directly at Dae Hoyen. Little thief, I see you again. The princess is not here. I see what you have to protect your life. Just a loving hug can make the enemy surrender. Could this be the power of the heavenly Tao spiritual root? At this moment, Mai Lin was smiling and looking at Dae Hoyen. Little thief, you can fool Princess Ngayet, but you cannot fool me. Today I will take your life no matter what. Dae Hoyen quietly looked at Mai Lin. What he was most afraid of was this kind of hot-tempered person who would attack without saying a word. There was no other way but to avoid danger. Blood spread everywhere. The sword that should have pierced the heart deviated a few inches to the left. Lin was suddenly surprised. A scream rang out. Countless ghosts poured out from Mai Lin's sword. Dae Hoyen was in unbearable pain. Just after the great battle of 310, there was not much left. Now I can only use the Fian Thean seal one more time. Absolutely no mistakes. Thinking of this, Dae Hoyen suddenly looked behind Mai Lin, mouth muttering, Ngayet Than Thean. It's finally here. Mai Lin heard that and immediately turned around to look back. But at that moment, Dae Hoyen quickly stepped forward and hugged Mai Lin tightly. Mai Lin's face turned red. His mouth said die. His hand slashed straight at Dae Hoyen's heavenly spirit bone. But at that moment, an unexpected situation happened. A tingling feeling burst out from the Danchin. Mai Lin's eyes flashed with love stars. What have you done to me? Dae Hoyen looked very pleased at Mai Lin's reaction. It seems that this is the power of Thean Dao Lin. Can now combined with Ku Maf Huan Dong Kong, it is even more powerful. While Mai Lin had not yet recovered from the feeling, just now, Dae Hoyen quickly summoned then Dong Seal to suppress her. After conquering Mai Lin, Dae Hoyen was in the mood to tease and compliment her even though she was not as beautiful as Than Thean. But it's also quite sentimental. It's really a pity to kill him. After hearing this, Mai Lin was so angry that she could not bear it, and a beautiful plan came up in her heart. So Mai Lin also immediately changed, acting obedient towards Dae Hoyen, and declared that from now on Dae Hoyen would be her master, because the Maima race only worships the strong. No matter which race can defeat us, they can make us accept their master. Hearing that, Dae Hoyen's face was full. Smile, do you really want to accept me as your master? Mai Lin's face turned red. Yes, Mai No is willing to accept you as her boss. Seeing that, Dae Hoyen immediately dropped a drop of blood essence on Mai Lin's forehead. At this time, Mai Lin still does not know what happened. I just felt my consciousness suddenly become vague. Master, what did you just do? Dae Hoyen revoked the Than Dong seal. Nothing, just completing a property transfer procedure. It turned out that Dahayan had long known that Mi Lin was pretending to submit, but was able to take advantage of this opportunity because the day before, Dahayan had bought it from Lin Naya. The ownership contract is reserved for my ma. Of course, the conditions for successfully signing a contract are also quite strict. But Dahayan did not expect that the first thing to do was Mi Lin telling him to take off his clothes. At that moment, Mi Lin completely regained consciousness. Why did I sign a contract with this little thief just now? But if you kill him, the contract will end, right? But reality was extremely cruel. Hoyan just gently said, "Lie down." Mi Lin was immediately pressed to the ground by an invisible force. The girl refused to give in and tried to stand up. Hyun just shouted back. Mi Lin was immediately pushed dozens of meters away. Unyielding tears rolled down the girl's face. If that were the case, I would rather die. But immediately, the thrown stone knocked Mi Lin's sword away. Hyun slowly walked in front of Mi Lin. Do you know why the demon tribe created this contract to accept this master in the past? It is because they are afraid that their juniors will not dare to cut themselves off to save their lives, will be controlled by people of other races. Why cannot it be your turn to endure this injustice? When Mi Lin heard that, her heart was filled with knots, remembering the time when she was so naturally talented that even Lord Demon Emperor wanted to sign a contract. As he grew up, he practiced harder and harder, becoming the strongest among the youth of the Ma clan, all for the sake of not being bound by a contract in the future. Become a truly free version of yourself. After Dahayan finished speaking, he immediately took back Mi Lin's flying sword. Very well, remember your ambition. One day in the future, when you break through to divine transformation, perhaps you will be strong enough to kill me. Mi Lin looked at Hoyan passionately. Are you not afraid that one day that will happen? Hoyan arrogantly said, so what if I can really be killed by the female slave I signed? It's just because I'm not strong enough. Mi Lin looked at the boy with confidence, her heart stirred. Perhaps following such a master is not so bad. But Hoyan's next words startled Mi Lin. Hoyan ordered her to take off her top. Receiving the order, Mi Lin could not resist. Truly despicable and shameless human beings. As long as they have the opportunity, their minds are filled with dirty thoughts. As a result, Hoyan used the hilt of his sword to pull Mi Lin's shirt off. The purpose of this is just to get the rare spirit stone that just dropped. After that, Hoyan walked to the damaged organ and placed the spirit stone in the position in the formation. Immediately, the entire organ began to function again. At this moment, the Fianthean seal on Dahayan's chest suddenly stirred and could not help but fly out. After absorbing the energy radiated around the organ, it flew back to Dahayan's hand. Although the size has not changed, the weight has increased by 10,000 pounds. On the golden dragon's body, 3 more dragon scales appear. Could it be that the transformation of Fianthean? And is it related to the silence of the Hell Tower? If so, then we really have to explore carefully. Unexpectedly, among the Diasat monsters, there was someone who was skilled in divination, and in just a blink of an eye, he calculated all of Dahayan's situation. After learning the secret of Mi Lin's betrayal, Diasat Demon Emperor fell into deep contemplation. Little Mi Lin and my daughter Thian grew up together. They are not related by blood but are closer than sisters. Finally, what should we do? Just now, after Dahayan finished repairing his office and was about to leave, Mi Lin grabbed his hand. She herself had fallen into the clutches of this petty thief. How could the princess be implicated? To keep the two from meeting on the 10th floor, Hoyan retorted that his side did not need anyone for the time being, and told Mi Lin to go to the princess's side to ambush her. At that time, he will look forward to her performance. Mi Lin knew she could not fight her master, but she was still angry and pushed Dahayan into a shortcut. Inside the main hall of the demon race, the Diasat Demon Emperor is declaring that within a month, the restrictions in the tower will disappear. Finally, our demon race will regain our freedom. At that moment, the main hall suddenly shook violently. A pig demon immediately began to flatter and praise the demon emperor, saying that when the band collapsed, good days were coming. Who would have thought that the flattery would hit the horse's leg? The demon emperor, his face black as ink, slowly stood up. Idiot. This is not a sign that the hell tower has collapsed, but rather that the organs of a certain level have been repaired. The imps looked at each other in bewilderment. So what to do? Will we not be able to go out anymore? The demon emperor turned to look at the demons. This is related to the 1,000-year grand plan of my demon clan. Whereas Yen Thanli from the group of demons, a woman slowly walked out. Your Majesty, why are you calling me? The demon emperor stared at the woman. You are the math genius of the demon race. Calculate what happened in the end. Hearing that, Yen Thanli took out a 1,000-year-old turtle shell from her body. Then the whole person floated in mid-air. Magical incantations rang out in the air. A moment later, Yen Thanli suddenly opened her eyes wide, declared that he had found the truth. The reason was that the 9th floor's organ had been repaired by that human demon. The 3 great demon kings guarding the other side were all killed in battle. And she also learned a shocking secret. Princess Ingayat's confidant, Mai Lun, has betrayed her and has now surrendered to the bandits and become an insider. If the safety of your Majesty and the princess is threatened in the future, it's better to take action to eliminate it immediately. Who would have thought that these words would make the demon emperor angry? He grabbed Yen Thanli's neck with one hand and lifted it up. You poisonous woman, Mai Lin and Dan are the ones I saw grow up. Absolutely not the kind of villains like you that can be slandered. Do not even try to use a knife to kill someone here. But at that moment, a scream rang out, and a teleportation formation appeared in the main hall. The person who arrived was Thien Kong Demon King Bu Bin. As soon as he appeared, he blamed his younger brother for not handling it well. Before, I killed 3 Thien Kong Demon King before taking you to the throne, but now even a petty person refining weapons cannot handle it. Yen Thanli saw an opportunity coming, immediately rushed out and said that he was willing to do his best. Thien Kong Hong immediately agreed. After all, he heard that the two had animosity. Now it's only right to send the opponent away. Diasat Hong felt uneasy. Wait, if that's the case, will not my line die? Outside the main hall, in a pavilion, Ningyathan Thien is regretting being taken advantage of by Dia Hyan. Turning around, she discovered Mai Lin, standing behind her with a confident look. Ingayathan Thien suddenly questioned Mai Lin. Did you violate my order to kill Da Hoyan? Mai Lin, full of resentment, immediately knelt down on the ground. Ingayathan Thien looked panicked. What was going on? Had the fight been lost? Mai Lin was completely speechless about what had happened. Not only did she lose the battle, but she also fell into a difficult situation. While sobbing, Mai Lin still tried to convince the princess not to pursue Dai Hyan. I did not expect to be misunderstood by the princess. I see. Do you already like him? If Mai Lin's identity as a spy is revealed, where will the ancient demon sisters go? Or because of their mission, they killed each other? Right when Mai Lin expressed that she did not want to kill Da Hoyan, Ingayathan Thien misunderstood that Mai Lin was in love. Opponent, but after she confirmed it was not. She thought that Mai Lin was defeated by Da Hoyan and was embarrassed. These blind speculations left Mai Lin completely speechless. At this moment, the entire demon land began to shake. Ingayathan Thien rolled her eyes angrily. This was the movement when the entrance mechanism to the 11th floor was activated. But that little thief had not yet reached the 12th floor. In the end, how did he overcome? And the only secret path in the Hell Tower, only my Royal Demon Tower knows. So there must be internal affairs in all of us. Mai Lin cursed 10,000 times in her heart. The 2 words internal affairs were like a heavy mountain pressing down on her head. Before she could react, Thien grabbed her hand and pulled her away, and at the turn leading to the 12th floor, a cat demon and demon were playing around. completely unaware of a figure quickly sneaking into the exit of the 11th floor. Dae Hoyen's heart was full of gloating. He did not expect good things to come to him, how quickly he got down to the 12th floor, and what made him even more unexpected was the Demon King of the 12th floor is also a person who likes to bathe in turbid water. He is hiding behind a rock and sleeping soundly. Dae Hoyen immediately summoned Fian Thianung to give instructions, then called Lin Nai Yi to clean up the aftermath. At this moment, a loud noise reached his ears. Dae Hoyen felt the aura and then smiled. It turned out that the two of them had arrived. Sure enough, Ningayat Thanthian was in the lead, pointing at Dae Hoyen and scolding, "Little thief, I really looked down on you. I did not expect that you could defeat Mai Lin and even activate a recovery restriction." Hearing that, Mai Lin silently cursed. It's not just defeat. Everyone lost everything. Dae Thanthian's left hand tightly held Nungayat Ho Lun. Chanting a spell, he came here to see me as a formidable opponent. But we ourselves are not soft fruits that can easily be crushed. Seeing this, Ningayat Thanthian became even more angry. The last time I met him, he did not have such a strong body. Indeed, this guy is hiding it. Immediately called Mai Lin together to suppress Da Hoyen. Without hesitation, Mai Lin pulled out her knife and slashed at the teenager. Dae Hoyen sneered, one step sideways to avoid Mai Lin's sword. "No, are you planning to kill Master?" Hearing that, Gayat Thanthian was stunned. What does Mai know? But then when she regained consciousness, she only thought Da Hoyen was a fox, so she and Mai Lin blocked all escape routes. At that moment, Dae Hoyen shouted again, "My no, take action now." I only saw Ngayat Thanthian make a killing blow, but was stopped by Mai Lin. The young girl was completely stunned. "Mai Lin, I'm Thanthian, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, the old sisters would now confront each other. Mai Lin tightly grasped the blade. "Princess, please go. I really cannot control myself." Ningayat Thanthian heard that and immediately understood. Surely Da Hoyen used some trick to control Mai Lin. But at this moment, a sharp laugh ran out next to me. Then a purple vine shot out, tied Mai Lin tightly. A woman with a graceful figure appeared. Is the god of operations Yen Than Li. As soon as he acts, he is a treasure of the Demon Emperor. Seeing this thing, it's like the Demon Emperor's pure spirit. Ngayat Thanthian saw this and immediately knew that Yen Than Li must have added oil to the stove in front of her father. Otherwise, she would not have given this item. At that moment, Yen Than Li revealed a sinister smile, declaring that he would serve Thien Koang Demon Emperor and kill Mai Lin on the spot. Ngayat Thanthian was extremely surprised. The situation was still unclear. She absolutely could not hand over Mai Lin. Even if it was Thien Koang Demon Emperor himself, she also has to demand justice. But in the blink of an eye, a net made of spiritual energy suddenly appeared above Ngayat Thanthian's head. Her whole body was tied tightly and then pulled into the air by a strange force. Mai Lin knelt down on the ground. Her heart was numb. It turns out it's really the Thien Koang Demon Emperor who wants me dead. Even the Diasat Emperor cannot protect me. Yen Than Li next to her smiled coldly. "Little Mai Lin, no one can save you now. Do you know why I want to harm you? Because you have what I need to break through. In this world, you are the only one who inherits the purest Maima bloodline. As for me, I have a fierce secret method. Using your blood can help me break through the divine transformation cultivation level, and at that time, I will become the true ruler of the demon race. Now, become a stepping stone for me on the path to becoming a god." But as the owner, Dae Hoyen completely ignored what was happening. Looking at the notice board that appeared, he smiled excitedly. "Sorry to disturb your career plans, but your plans have a small problem. Mai Lin, she is mine. The effect of Thien Bao Hang Quan is so powerful. Mai Lin only needs to wear it to have the peak power of Kim Dan. But right before that, she was just a prisoner under Yen Than Li's hands. Not even the Diasatman Emperor could protect her. In the end, Da Hoyen still had to use the Bong Kon Dharma to rob him. Seeing my little slave injured by the taboo, just now, Dae Hyun sadly caressed Mai Lin's cheek. Mai Lin blushed, not expecting that in a desperate situation, the only person who cares about me is her. At this time, Yen Nanli no longer cared about the immediate feelings of master and servant. She swung her whip straight at Da Hoyan, but Da Hoyan quickly dodged using the Bong Kan Dharma. Yen Nanli also became frustrated. Even though I'm only a low-grade Jin Dan, dealing with an Ki refiner is very troublesome. Spreading the word will ruin my dignity. Then she swung her whip, divided it into two, turned into two large snakes and hit Da Hoyan straight. Mai Lin next to her quickly raised her voice to warn, this object is called Batxe. It is a middle-grade Kim Dan. Two strong hands combined can rival Guyan An. After hearing this, Dai Hoyan immediately laughed. Who does not have a pet in their house? Tu Batch came here to teach it a lesson? Who would have thought that when Tu Batch was called out? He was sleeping soundly. No matter how much Dai Hoyan shook her, she would not wake up. This scene made Yen Nanla laugh crazy. Even a stupid cat dares to brag about it. Batxe, please pull them here. Dai Hoyan is angry. Pretending to sleep means you do not need to work. After that, he did not care about Tu Batch's life or death and threw it straight into Batxe's mouth. Yen Nanli laughed even more crazily. Her whole body fell to the ground. Mai Lin also lowered her head. It seemed like this unreliable little thief could not do anything in the end. At that moment, an incident happened. Batxe suddenly began writhing crazily, finally not caring anymore, and attacked its owner. Yen Nanli kept dodging. You wretched little thief. What did you do to Batxe? Da Hoyan smiled darkly. What's the point of being tense? It's just a small confrontation between the spirit beasts. Yen Nanli was forced by Batxe to the point that her arms and legs were in disarray, and her heart was filled with anger. Useless thing, unexpectedly controlled by someone else, cannot be left behind anymore. Having finished speaking, the knife slashed down. Batxe was divided into two halves. Seeing such a cruel woman, the pressure in Dai Hoyan's heart surged. He turned his head to look at Mai Lin, intending to unlock the shackles. Unexpectedly, Yen Nanli's cold laughter rang out from behind. Only have the key to open this shackle. And where I hid the key, you cannot find it. As soon as he finished speaking, the then operator immediately discovered that his key had disappeared. As for Da Hoyan, he was holding a wet, white horse in his hand, and in its mouth was the string of keys that disappeared. Afterwards, Da Hoyan unlocked Mai Lin's shackles and received a fairy necklace as a reward. Wearing it feels spiritual energy, filling the whole body. The whole person also broke through the peak of Kim Dan. Yen Nanli, if it's not you dies today, it's me who dies. To think that the god-level system has such strange tastes, from maid outfits to nurses, they have everything. As soon as Mai Lin wore the fairy necklace, her cultivation level immediately increased to the upper body of the golden core. Yen Nanli gritted her teeth and looked in the opposite direction. A moment ago, I was still carrying a magic weapon, forcing Da Hoyan and Mai Lin, and chasing away Ngayat Than Thien. At that time, it was truly extremely windy, but now he is calculated to be at an absolute disadvantage. The ups and downs of life are also too quick. At this time, Mai Lin held up Tamsich, Thanfeng and rushed forward. Da Hoyan stood next to observe the system, and suddenly discovered that there were countless new costumes in the god-level selection. System can be used on the women he conquers. Too evil, really too evil, but I like it very much. When the finger gently pressed down, a nurse's outfit suddenly appeared on the fighting Mai Lin's body. Old Da Hoyan was overjoyed. Sure enough. Then everyone from the idiot to the spider can wear it. Mai Lin looked displeased at Da Hoyan, who was standing there watching. I do not understand why his expression is so dangerous. Does it look strange when we fight? Never mind, this poisonous woman in front of me is the opponent I need revenge on. I must finish her off. Yen Nanli saw Mai Lin raising her long sword to take her life, so she loudly scolded Mai Lin for betraying her master for glory. As soon as the words came out, Mai Lin immediately stood still. Unexpectedly, Yen Nanli took advantage of the opportunity, cut off Mai Lin's leg, and loudly mocked, "You shameless thing," calling a human man boss again. Taking advantage of his embarrassment and anger, he jumped up to counterattack. Dae Hoyen stood next to him and watched without saying a word. Although this little slave girl's strength was still good, her mentality still needed more training, so Dae Hoyen immediately cursed her. Again, Yen Thanli was said to be a piece of trash, then kneeling down to lick the Demon King's feet before ascending to Kim Dan, causing the Tone 2 to angrily chase and kill Mai Lun. Holding the sword, he rushed straight towards Dae Hoyen. Unexpectedly, Mai grabbed the opening and counterattacked with a sword that pierced Yen Thanli's heart. Dae Hoyen also took the opportunity to pull out the Fian seal and smash it down, thinking the battle was over. But Mai Lin said that the lady had a life-giving treasure. It's not that easy to die. Indeed, Yen Thanli held up the 1,000-year-old standard and was able to firmly block Fian and then he turned around to run away. Seeing this, Dae Hoyen used Bong Con Fap to chase ahead. Unexpectedly, Yen Thanli suddenly, what kind of old man could die so easily? It's not easy to die. Only Yen Thanli is secretly happy, turning his head to look at the panicked Mai Lin. When I lead the demon army back, I will definitely strip you of your bones and veins to vent the hatred in my heart. Having finished speaking, the Thentone turned and left. Unexpectedly, a giant Fian seal suddenly appeared above his head. A black shadow rushed out from behind, his hands clasped tightly, pushing Yen Thanli against him. Yen Thanli was frightened. "Dae Hoyen, you are not dead. How is that possible? I have stabbed so many swords. That's why I intentionally pretended to be weak. I have thick skin and fat meat. I can take a lot of beatings." While the two of them were talking, Mai Lin grabbed a sword and rushed forward. Dae Hoyen kicked Yen Thanli away. Mai Lin slashed the criminal life of Thentone 2. Then her whole body began to disappear. She turned to look at Dae Hoyen and gently said, "A word of thanks." Old man Dae Hoyen smiled and said, "I'm tired from fighting. Why do not you give me a back slap?" Mai Lin immediately started serving wholeheartedly. He also kindly asked Dae Hoyen Luk Dao if it was right for him, but after massaging it for a while, it did not feel right. "Why am I so soft?" Dae Hoyen laughed loudly, saying that the reward must be commensurate with the dedication. "The necklace gives you huge spiritual power, but I am the owner of you and the necklace. Do not you want to contribute, human? I must be grateful." After hearing this, Mai Lun stood still, tears rolling down involuntarily. "I paid my respects to my master." Then Mai Lin made an unspeakable request. "I can only protect my master, but do not kill the demon race. Hope the master will be fulfilled." Dae Hoyen broke out in a cold sweat. "Do you think you are Quan Van Truong?" Before surrendering, he also played the trick of good for sweat, not for sport. "Okay, anyway, the biggest difference between you and that Buddha demon is loyalty. But what is the use of this millennium return to the body? Maybe can only be brought back for the 8th sisters to see when the two of them start running fast." Sword lock hidden behind the big event has once again appeared. Now, it looks like this kid is about to hit the 18th floor. We have to prepare now. We cannot let him sabotage my grand plan. Do not say any more. Mai Lin was ordered to be executed by your uncle. I cannot object. I tried my best to protect you. It was the final limit. Nungayat Thanthian could not believe it. She could be so heartless. The demon emperor let out a sigh. "Girl, you do not know. In recent years, your uncle has completely changed. He has a violent personality, kills people without blinking an eye. The bones at the Thean Kong level have piled up into mountains. Although he is still Bu Bun, he is no longer the brother we once knew." Ingayat Thanthian still wanted to argue, but was interrupted by her father's shout, telling her not to mention Tu Phi and Mai Lin anymore. And from now on Ngayat Thanthian will be confined here, not allowed to go out. But as soon as she stepped out the door, a little demon announced. Thean Koong Demon Emperor was waiting in the main hall. As soon as he entered, he heard that Yen Thanli had died. Diasat Demon Emperor immediately knelt down on the ground. The little bandit of the human race has grown up so quickly. This time I will personally suppress it. Thien Kong Hong nodded slightly. Then he said that he had not seen Nugayat Nai for a long time and missed her very much. There would be big changes recently and ordered Biu Hong to bring Nugayat Nai to him. I will send General Anchu to pick you up. After speaking, my spiritual thoughts immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared between heaven and earth. Biu Bin just called his subordinates to summon the princess. While constantly thinking in his head, Big Brother has become more and more cruel in recent years, as never asking a single question about Nugayat. No. This time suddenly wanting Nugayat Nai to come. There must be an unspeakable secret, but Big Brother's orders cannot be disobeyed. I only have one beloved daughter. What should I do? Right at this moment, Nugayat Thien rushed to the main hall. Biu Bin did not say much, pulled his daughter back and instructed him for a while. Then he pushed his daughter out. The Big Brother's subordinates were about to arrive. She had to go now, and finally told her to hide well. By yourself. No signal should absolutely not appear. Just a few minutes later, a loud noise suddenly rang out in the main hall. News of Nugayat Thien's escape spread. Diasat Hong immediately mobilized all manpower to search. At this time, Nugayat Thien also took the opportunity to blend into the crowd of monsters. In the distant sky, a meteor streaked past. It was the Thien Quang Demon Hong General An Chiu coming. However, he received news that Nugayat Thien had defected, and Diasat Hong also prepared to face Dahayan himself. Hearing that An Chiu had to go along, Love Hong's heart was happy. He pulled him along to deal with that guy, while letting Nugayat Thien run further. He regretted every move. Hit two birds with one stone. Thousands of soldiers and horses, half of them killed each time they fought. As soon as Dahayan led Mai Lin to the 18th floor, suddenly discovered that the demon tribe that was supposed to guard this place had disappeared without a trace. The clear sound of a bowstring rang out in my ears again. Dahayan hugged Mai Lin tightly and ran as fast as she could. Unexpectedly, there were two soul-like arrows chasing after her. Dahayan jumped high to avoid it, but accidentally fell into the trap of a sneaky arrow shooter. Finally, an arrow hit Dahayan's thigh in the air. Fortunately, he still had strength, so he immediately used the Bong Kun Dharma to hide behind the wall. However, the immediate situation is not at all optimistic. Although the arrow on his thigh did not cause serious injury, but the arrowhead contained a poisonous substance that spread in just a blink of an eye. Mai Lin immediately informed that this floor was owned by the demon king of the snake clan. Thuan Nu, very good at camouflage, poison and archery. Moreover, this 18th floor was probably dug up everywhere by him. The two of them absolutely could not catch him. Just when Dahayan was at a deadlock, the god-level choice suddenly appeared. Danger warning. You must defeat Thuan Gu Ningok within the time of one stick of incense, otherwise you will have to face powerful reinforcements from the demon race. Send Mai Lin to lure the enemy. Each time it is hit by an arrow, its strength will decrease a part, and you can preserve yourself. Or the owner rushes forward. Mai Lin will appreciate you and your affection level will increase, but you can be seriously injured or even die. The reward is a top-secret clue about the Forbidden Desire Tower. Seeing that Dahayan without hesitation chose option 2 and arrogantly told Mai Lin that he was the owner, so we have to rush forward. If I die, the contract will be annulled. He just needs to live well. After listening, Mai Lin's affection level immediately skyrocketed, but no one knows that Dahayan is thinking. These women make me take risks every day. A person who worships me every day will die by their hands sooner or later. When Dahayan appeared, countless flying swords also poured in. While he had no time to prepare, Dahayan's stomach was hit by a sword. The powerful force pinned him against the wall. Many other arrows continued to come, tightly pinning Dahayan's limbs. Not far away, a large bow was aiming straight at him. Boy, Die, seeing the arrow coming, Da Hoyen suddenly opened his eyes wide. The fire was big. Through a new gugok. Do you want to become a demon emperor? I have a treasure on my body that can help you become a demon emperor. When Da Hyan was filled with swords, with his life hanging in the balance, he finally revealed the secret of the dragon emperor Kot. Hearing that, a Thuan Guyen quickly stopped the arrow in the air. As a member of the snake tribe, Thuan Guyen naturally knows that Long Kot can help the demon king achieve an immortal body. However, Da Hoyen's next suggestion made him confused. The two must fight fairly, otherwise Da Hyan will self-explode Long Kot. Hearing that, Thuan Guyen finally crawled out from the darkness and complied with the starting agreement. In the duel, Da Hyan used the Bong Kan Dharma to attack fiercely, but unexpectedly, the female snake's body was more agile. One swerve extended the arc. 5 sharp swords pointed straight at Da Hoyen. Helplessly, Da Hyan had no choice but to defend herself, using her hands to protect the vulnerable chest area. Thuan Nguyen laughed coldly, not dead yet. Then take 5 more swords. In the end, Da Hoyen was still hit by many swords, collapsing and unable to get up. However, the snake demon is still extremely cautious. Immediately added a few more swords to execute. After confirming that Da Hyun was no longer reacting, he immediately pulled out a small knife to harvest dragon bone. Just as the blade was about to stab Da Hoyen's face, his eyes suddenly opened wide. His left hand clasped the snake woman's hand. His right hand lifted up the Fian seal and hit him straight in the face. Then he kicked the female snake away and flew away. The Fian seal spread out with the wind, hitting Thuan Nguyen hard. Da Hoyen sneered, "Your level is really high, Fian and cannot kill you. But it's okay, my line, behead." Seeing that he was about to lose his life, Thuan Nguyen quickly begged for his life, said that he knew that the spirit stone on the 18th floor had been taken by the sword master, and hoped that the young master would spare his life, and that he would definitely make the young master happy. Unexpectedly, before Da Hyan could react, Mylan was already unhappy and cut off the head of female snake with a knife. Da Hyan sat down next to her and began to relax, while thinking about the next thing. Now that we have just reached the 18th floor, we have to face you, so how will the demon king behind us deal with it? But the most urgent thing right now is to find the sword master first. Thinking of this, Da Hoyen took out an object from his chest. Sword lock opened the door to eat. As soon as he pulled the pig's leg out of his chest, a shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. A simple flip of his body took the pig's leg, taking it into her mouth. Mylan was extremely surprised. It was true that Kim To personally came, but this way of eating was not like the style of a master. After finishing the meal, Kim To sighed. The spicy taste was still better. Mylan saw that and immediately stepped forward. Unexpectedly, the old man would be on good terms with our family. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted, frankly saying that Mylan seduced people no less than hidden gems. Mylan was so embarrassed that she could not answer. Da Hoyen immediately spoke up to relieve him, saying that he was looking for Kim too. What an underestimation of Da Hoyen. Unexpectedly, he could reach the 18th floor, but snacks could absolutely not be given to him. Hearing that, Da Hoyen immediately raised 3 fingers, promising to exchange for 3 pork legs. Facing Kim To, who was about to get angry, he continued to say that if that did not work, he would add 2 plates of spicy kulon. After hearing this, Kim To's eyes began to flash. What kind of person do you think I am? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then add a head of spicy rabbit, topped with green onions. Kim To's eyes lit up after hearing this. I like green onions the most, but Kim To immediately reacted, how can I do it for a little flavor? Betraying the principle of activating the restriction, I am the one who will escape the purgatory tower. The hatred outside is still waiting for me to report. Reluctantly, Da Hyan had to use his final move, take a large portion of hot pot, add a super large portion, and if not, that's it. Who said do not do it? Here are the snacks. Quickly deliver your delicious food. Da Hyan immediately kept his promise to deliver the food. As for me, I took the snacks and went to the office. When the snacks slowly clicked in, the whole office started spinning. Fianthean seal also flew out from Da Hyan's chest, and after absorbing the spiritual energy, 4 more yellow spiritual items were added. It seems like every time a restriction is restored, Fianthean and becomes stronger, and he also has enough strength to deal with the upcoming fierce battle. At this moment, a roar suddenly rang out in the sky. Little thief, do not try to deceive people. It's all lies. You have restored the 2 levels of prohibition. I will definitely kill you. Mylin saw that the princess's sword was about to strike, so she quickly stood in front of Da Hyan. Seeing this, Ningayat Thanthian had to stop, exclaiming that Mylin had been completely brainwashed. Knowing this early on would killed a Hyan with a sword. While everyone was arguing, Tuyubak suddenly jumped out from Da Hyan's chest. Kiemto next to him spoke softly. Surely you have also felt that the 2 masters of transforming into gods are about to reach their peak. Deepthanthayan immediately understood. It's my father and Anchiu who are coming. But what is it all about? There is definitely something shady going on here. But no matter what, it's best to stay 1 step ahead. Deepthanthayan did not know what to do at this time. If Anchiu caught her, her father's heart and soul would go down the drain. Seeing Da Hyan on the side beckoning Mylin to dance, Deepthanthayan immediately came up with an idea. So when Da Hyan just settled down to welcome Mylin, a pair of eyebrows suddenly appeared on his head, without missing a beat, exactly falling on Da Hyan's head. Tu did not understand what was going on. He raised his small hand to touch it. Something was very fragrant and sticky, then an ear-piercing scream rang out. A hole suddenly appeared on her face. Deepthanthayan held her chest with both hands and continuously backed away. Da Hyan covered her face and shouted angrily, "What are you hitting me for? It really has no martial arts ethics?" Deepthanthayan scolded, "Since when has this princess's pure, ice-blue body been touched by others? Let alone a little thief like you." Seeing that, Da Hyan had to brush off the dust on her body and ask Deepthanthayan why she followed. The princess arrogantly said bluntly, "Your father is going on an expedition. Of course this princess must take care of you in your father's place." Just as you guys were talking, the tunnel suddenly shook violently. It was the demon army on the ground coming. Looking at the slowly operating system, Diasat Demon Emperor was extremely angry. Mchiyu did not forget to taunt his side, saying that he had no way to rule, with countless effects. Hong Biu coldly glanced at Mchiyu. "My work is not your turn to teach yet." Then Hong Biu looked towards the entrance, understood that Da Hyan and the others must have run into the cave, waving their hands and ordering the demons to find the person even if they dug 3 meters into the ground. But Mchiyu is not reassured. Such a search cannot avoid mistakes. It is better to directly use the magic stone to sweep it once. Biuhon had to activate the magic stone to search, but unexpectedly discovered that Danthian was also below, so as not to reveal his daughter's existence. Biuhong had to lie that there were no living people below, but his casual attitude made Mchiyu suspicious. When the army went away, Da Hyan was impatient and rolled up his sleeves to fight, but at this moment a sudden pressure came. "Kid, I heard you want to hit my daughter. Life is hanging by a thread. Is it possible that the second Chiyu is about to appear?" Just as the Demon Emperor appeared behind Da Hyan, Da Hyan pretended to wave his hand to laugh, but actually turned around and ran away. But how can a powerful person who transformed into a god be fooled so easily? A giant demon's hand immediately struck. Da Hyan, about to die, still did not forget to open his mouth and say a few words. Da Hyan scoffed and asked His Majesty the Demonkin if he wanted to keep him as a son-in-law, although Ngayat Thanthan is very beautiful, but his personality is too bad, so let's just ignore it. Hearing that, Hong Biu became furious and immediately crushed the ghost's hand. The huge shock force smashed Da Hoyan to the ground. Looking at Da Hoyan lying motionless, the demon emperor became even more angry. It turns out that this guy's body is extremely powerful. No wonder the previous demon kings could not stop him. Da Hoyan slowly stood up. In a daze, his body forged from 5 dragon bones, and Nat Kai Ho Tam then was almost immediately defeated. So how else to fight? Hong Biu slowly spoke. If it were not for you destroying 2 of my major matters, I would still admire you very much. But no matter how much you suit my taste, I cannot let you continue to cause trouble in the Hell Tower and die. Seeing the giant demon's hand strike again, Da Hoyan was completely helpless. His body absolutely could not withstand the second attack. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Mai Lin who helped Da Hoyan block the fatal blow. Seeing Mai Lin being sent flying, Da Hoyan stood still. Then she rushed towards Mai Lin like the wind. Ngayat Thanthan also ran towards her. Mai Lin held the lady's hand tightly. Princess, do not be sad anymore. Remember, last time we watched the sunrise together. I hope that in my next life, I can live freely. Then the clenched hand slowly let go. Hong Biu stepped up. That guy. This time you have another reason you cannot help but die. Mai Lin's death must also be counted on your head. Da Hoyan stood up and screamed, was not it you who killed her? Hong Biu laughed coldly. You do not kill people, but people die because of you. After all, is not it because you are too weak? Da Hoyan's face was expressionless. The atmosphere around him suddenly increased. What about Hong Biu? Even if I have to sacrifice this body, I will pull you down. Just as the two had a tense confrontation, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It turned out to be Enchu's return. Hong Ju performed well, and even personally led the princess to perform a good play. Hong Biu's face is ugly. Enchu, you dare to follow me? Mr. Chiu seemed to be very satisfied with his performance. His face revealed a smile, appearing humble. But just now when the rock-sweeping god discovered, it was a bit unusual, so I was a little more cautious. Then An Chiu slowly flew in front of the 2 people. With one bow, he invited the princess to follow him to Thien Quang Kiem. Ngayat Thanthan hid behind Hong Biu, trembling, showing that he did not want to go far. An Chiu had a cold face and held a long whip in his hand, intending to pass Hong Biu. But the demon Hong directly beat the whip away. An Chiu, if you want to attack, step over my body first. Then the 2 sides directly started a fierce battle, leaving Da Hoyan stunned. It seemed like the demon clans in the tower were not getting along. The internal division is serious, but the urgent thing now is to save Mai Lin first. This time I will absolutely not let important people leave me again. Right now, the god-level system is activated. The current situation is critical. Whether it is Hong Biu or Enchu, you are difficult to defeat. You have restarted the 2 prohibitions. Sword Immortal Sect has extended the time to achieve great success. Do you want to continue? Retreat with 1 sword. You will receive a portal to teleport out of the chessboard. Only limit yourself. Definitely face it alone. Continue fighting. Face the pursuit of Hong Biu and An Chiu. And you can also receive a life-saving pill. Do you know that this is the power of the medicinal pill system? Just 1 pill brought Mai Lin back from the dead, not only healing all wounds, but also upgrading the level of demon pills. Just now, a Da Hoyan was faced with a god-level choice. Without any hesitation, she pressed B. Lin Ni immediately exclaimed that Da Hoyan is crazy. This is having to face 2 old monsters, turning into gods. Even so, Lin Nai still took out a spirit pill, and said that this is the demon god pill. As long as it is not dead, it will be effective immediately. As soon as Sword Lock arrived, he sighed. He has damaged his demonic essence. Even if De La Kim Teen descends to Earth, it will be difficult to save him. Mai Lin struggled to continue. Kamto and Ningayat Thanthan continuously condemned, but Da Hoyan shouted loudly to stop her. and began to observe My Lin's condition. I only saw that My Lin's weak pupils had regained light, and her whole body was covered with endless flames. My Lin screamed, "It's too hot. Master, there is a source of energy in my body that is healing my wounds," following an explosion of strange power. My Lin's wound has completely healed, and even the demon pill level has been upgraded to fairy-grade demon pill. This scene made the princess and Sword Lock freeze. Sword Lock has now broken through to grade 9, and his future achievements must be at least Earth Immortal or higher. Hearing that, everyone's strange eyes focused on Da Hyan. Kamto even rushed forward to grab Da Hyan's collar. "Kid, tell the truth. What spirit pill did you use for her?" Da Hyan thought for a moment, then replied, It seems to be called Demon God Pill." Hearing that Mingayat Than Thean and Kimto almost collapsed, knowing that Demon God Pill is one of the most advanced medicinal pills of the demon race. Why does it look like something normal? When it comes to Da Hyan, My Lin became even more emotional, hugging Da Hyan's thigh tightly. "My master's grace, My Lin cannot repay in this life." At this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out in the sky. It turned out that Enchiyu had arrived. The Demon Emperor's speed, clearly, could not keep up with the opponent, leaving him quite far behind. I only saw Enchiyu release an object from his hand. Strange energy surrounded several people, forming a square block of energy. Then Enchiyu took one step into it. The Demon Emperor chased over and looked at the cube, but could not do anything. "This is the magic weapon Thian Kong Hong Void thinking. Could it be that he specifically gave it to Enchiyu to control me?" "Ngayat Nai, come on, I will break the restriction to save you right away." In the cube, De Hyan and Gayat Thanthian looked at Enchiyu with panic. Facing the incarnation, this time it was really difficult to handle. Even though De Hyan was often criticized as despicable at important times, he still did not hesitate to stand up and protect Nugayat Thanthian. "This little girl, if I do not want you to take her away, then do not touch her." The spirited words made the princess blush. Enchiyu's face turned black. The energy in his hand converged, transformed into a long blue spear. Ingayat Thanthian shouted, "Be careful. The opponent has natural divine power. The tip of the spear is extremely sharp. You must be very careful." As he spoke, the green spear rushed straight forward, like a meteor, making people unable to react. But Da Hyan was prepared. He even took the classic stance of a certain martial art, using his chest to receive this attack. Following the cry of Lin Kuang-kin counterattack, the green spear, back at an even faster speed than the return reaction. Before Mr. Chiyu could react, he was hit. But the price he paid was that Lin Kuang's stone completely shattered. It seems that the power of a magical attack is no joke. Mr. Chiyu was angry. He himself was defeated by a weapon-refining kid. If this matter were to be exposed, his reputation would be ruined. When he pulled out his fur, he intended to rush forward. This time, he would definitely have to smash that human into pieces. De Heian smiled gently and said, "I hit you once, I will hit you a second time." Fian Thian and momentum. And Chiyu saw the momentum gathering above his head and rushed forward, hastily used his hands to defend himself. Where did this kid come from? It's just that the spiritual Kwai at the refining level is being consumed at a terrifying speed. Ingayat Thanthian also understood that this was a moment of life and death, so she directly swung Gayat Ho Luan forward, leaving countless wounds on Anchiyu's body. But basically it cannot do serious damage. Anchiyu's eyes widened in anger. "You two shameless children, wait a moment and I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Gradually, Da Hyan was about to succumb. The spiritual Ki in the Danshan was almost exhausted, but the demon monster outside did not react at all. It seems that the breakthrough is still not possible. With the spiritual Ki finally consumed, Da Hyan gradually collapsed. Mr. Chiyu took the opportunity to throw Fian Thian away, holding the feathers in his hand and rushed forward. Da Hyan collapsed on the ground. Showing images like slow-motion movies, the smiles and voices of the sisters seemed to appear before my eyes. I do not want to die. Dae Hoyen seemed to be hearing the special sound of Princess Ngayat Ho Lon, came to shout it was impossible. Ngayat Nai's bravery is clear to me. If you deal with normal Kim Dan, it's okay. But when you face the spirit transformation level and Chiu, you cannot stand it until now. But the monster, for the sake of his daughter, did not care about his life, directly burned his own life essence, and punched the barrier at the right time of danger, shattering the barrier. The scene in front of them frightened the three people. Ho then An Chi was being suppressed by Da Hoyen and could not move. Seeing the terrible demon coming, Da Hoyen withdrew Fian Thean Great Seal, even though he had broken through the support strike. Suppressing the transformation god consumed too much spiritual energy. An Chi stood up, his face expressionless. Brat, today's insult. I will definitely tear you apart to prevent the monster from stopping you. An Chiu immediately announced that he would not arrest Ngayat Nai today, but I will take this boy to death with thousands of knives. Hearing this, the monster was in a dilemma between the goodwill of the wanderers and the great cause of the demon race. Which side should I choose, seeing that the monster did not show his face? And Chiu slowly walked towards Dae Hoyen, but Ngayat Than Thean and Mylan stood in front of Dae Hoyen. Even though the demon clan's strength is important, if you do not trust, you cannot stand. Could it be that he would betray the benefactor who saved his life? Hearing that, the monster's face still turned black, but he did not show any signs. But at this moment, the Dae Hoyen said, "You guys stay away and Chiu cannot do anything to me." And Chiu was not angry but laughed loudly. Holding the long spear, he stabbed straight at Dae Hoyen. Boy, your aura is about to run out, right? And you still dare to open your mouth. Dae Hoyen faced the long spear without fear. Mr. Chiu, are you the prime minister guarding the 81st floor? If the agency you guard is broken, what do you think the Thean Kuang demon emperor will do about you? Hearing that, An Chi roared, Thean Kuang Jioi, 3 steps, 1 watch, 5 steps, 1 soldier, little thief. Do you dare to threaten this king? It's so funny, but when Da Hoyen just snapped his fingers, the entire world Hell Tower began to shake violently. The demon emperor's face changed continuously. Sure enough, level 81 of Thean Kuang has been restored. If the rabbits die, the hunting dogs will also be killed. If the birds fly away, the good bows will also be taken away. As the earthly demon emperor, Hong Biu clearly understands this principle. So after the restriction on the 81st floor was strangely broken, An Chi was angry and wanted to slash Da Hoyen, but this attack was blocked by Biu Bin, using the excuse that this is Dia Sat realm to deal with An Chi. Mr. Chiu understood that his prestige had been damaged, but Biu Ben had a grudge against him, so he immediately flew back to Thean Kuang Jioi, not forgetting to threaten him before leaving. Dae Hoyen and his accomplices were not afraid. Break the restriction of Dia Sat realm, I will make you be beheaded by thousands of knives. Who would have thought that Da Hoyen would counterattack, declaring that this demon emperor is truly powerless, not even his own daughter can protect him. If it were not for Da Hoyen standing up, Ngayat Than Thean has been captured several times. Living such a humiliating life, do not call yourself demon emperor anymore. Change your name to shrinking turtle. Hearing that Min Ngayat Than Thean and Malin both felt worried. Dare to talk to your father like that? Da Hoyen must be bored with life. But next, Da Hoyen changed his tone and began to ask for forgiveness from the demon emperor. If anything happens, I can still take care of Ngayat Than Thean for you. The demon emperor's face turned black, but now I have taken action. How can I easily forgive you? Dae Hoyen heard that and immediately understood. What do you mean I have to find an excuse to forgive me? It seems that Biu Hong is a reasonable person, so I will give you an excuse. Immediately, Dae Hoyen snapped his fingers again. A fierce earthquake occurred, and it turned out that the 45th floor was also restored. Bat Jioi on the 45th floor is ready, waiting for a signal from Da Hoyen. Dae Hoyen smiled. How are you, Demon Emperor? As long as our people are still alive and dancing, you still have value. Your elder brother will not easily turn his back on you. Bu Hong completely did not expect that his thoughts would be seen through by a human brat. Obviously, he could only sigh and indicate that he would go after the enemy on the 45th floor. Yan Danli also wanted to go along, but was severely stopped by Bu Hong, telling him to stay with De Haiyan and not to leave De Haiyan without his message. Looking at the fading figure of the demon emperor, De Haiyan thought to himself, why did his words feel a little like he was about to escape? Could it be that even the demon emperor's cultivation level cannot guarantee safety? In the Thian Kuang main hall, corpses were scattered everywhere. All of them were demon kings guarding the 81st floor. Only Anqiu on the island is trembling. At this moment, Thian Kuang demon emperor's face was extremely crazy. Bu Hong, you do not believe me. Thinking about the fact that demon emperor Bu Bin was taken away by blood demon old ancestor, it's no wonder that in recent years he has become violent, killing countless people. Even my younger brother was born apart. After chasing away all his subordinates, he came to a secret tunnel. Underground, countless blood and energy wrapped around the body. On the demon emperor's body, Bu Bun's head appeared. Sometimes the face of blood demon old ancestor appeared. It seems that the temple has not been completely taken over, but as the blood-colored essence continues to pour in, blood demon old ancestor's expression gradually stabilized, and a pair of deep heads appeared in his strange eyes. Looking at his strong body, blood demon old ancestor still looked dissatisfied. He still prefers a half-human, half-demon body so that it can completely suit his cause. I do not know when I will catch the little dog, Ngayat Than Thian. At that time, the magic will be successful. We must return to Sword Immortal Sect and kill them all. Only then can we resolve the old grudge. De Haiyan and the others were completely unaware of this. Under the guidance of My Lun and the princess, they went straight into the secret tunnel to the 27th floor. The person guarding this place is the female demon. And then, even though it's only a low-grade golden Dan, the quantity is extremely large, making it difficult to deal with. I only saw the female demon who had just seen De Haiyan and the others immediately gathered together, chanting an unknown mantra in their mouths. Honored Ko Ne La, God of Thunder, please grant my daughter the power of thunder. To defeat the dirty people, when the spell ended, countless dark clouds gathered in the sky. The power of thunder was constantly roaring. De Haiyan and the others drew their weapons and prepared to deal with them. But immediately the dark clouds began to dissipate. The force of lightning also disappeared without a trace. De Haiyan's heart was extremely frustrated. Such a big battle only made a small hiss sound. The black demon leader laughed. My old lady has calculated carefully. Today the noble Lord Loithen's health is not good. Let's wait for us to return and choose a good day. Then come back and kill you until you're completely broken, without any armor left. Then they truly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the sound of their snickers could be heard in the distance. What's more outrageous is they even prepared snacks. Afraid that Da Haiyan would not see it, he even put up a sign. Old Depp and everyone were both amused and annoyed. Bu Bun, you are really thoughtful in your preparations. However, when Da Haiyan was about to put the snack in, a pair of small hands stopped her. Ngayat Than Thian slowly opened her mouth. De Haiyan, do you really want to block the freedom of our demon race? Do not you think it's too cruel? De Haiyan sighed, if the Hell Tower falls, my Sword Immortal Sect will come to an end, and with your uncle's murderous nature, the whole outside world will be submerged in a sea of blood. Countless lives will be destroyed. Is that the freedom you desire? After hearing this, Ngayat Than Thian was speechless. Half of her body is human blood. Of course she does not want to witness such a scene, but she will forever be locked in this tower, ending her life in ruin. After listening, De Haiyan expressed sympathy. Wait until I stabilize the situation, then we will find a way to let a good part of the demon race leave this place. But the urgent thing now is to repair the agency first. Thinking about the fact that the World Hell Tower contained a phoenix, Just one blow almost caused Da Hyan to lose his life. When Da Hyan was restoring the 27th floor, there were two streams of spiritual energy rushing straight towards Fian and, looking at the flying direction, it probably corresponds to the 54th floor of Bat Gi and the 90th floor of that Gi, and Fian and once again received purification. Its power was unstoppable. Only Ingayat Than stood beside her sadly. This little thief is progressing so quickly. Is the demon race's situation really as bad as his father had predicted? A moment later, Da Hyan and the others followed a secret path to the 36th floor. Who would have thought Tu Back, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly jumped on top? Use your nose to constantly sniff the smell in the air. Following the transmission of his thoughts, Da Hyan immediately understood on the big tree there was an extremely valuable treasure, perhaps not inferior to the Talong Hong bone. Da Hyan immediately led Tu back and started climbing the ancient tree. Tu Batch still wanted to say something, but Da Hyan interrupted him bluntly, said that now the treasure is the most important. However, when halfway up the climb, Da Hyan realized something was wrong. Why did not the people behind him chase after him? When he turned around, he discovered that Tu Batch and Mai Lun were looking at him with frightened expressions. Da Hyan immediately felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he suddenly discovered that a phoenix had appeared on the old tree. In just a blink of an eye, the wings stretched out and retracted, a hot stream of air rushed in, almost burning Da Hyan into grilled meat. Seeing that, Tu dipped quickly down from the old tree, quickly leading Mai Lun and an Ever to run away, muttering, "Why did not anyone tell me there was a phoenix here?" Mai Lin and Tu Batch were both bewildered. "Should not you speak for yourself after you've finished talking?" Seeing that the little thief dared to violate his territory and wanted to run away, the phoenix shuddered. Countless feathers flew out like sharp swords. Da Hyan turned around and discovered something was wrong. This phoenix's aura was not inferior venom to Tu Batch and Mai Lin, and when were afraid they would not be able to withstand this attack. I have no other choice but to shoulder it myself. However, the phoenix's attack was not average. One attack seriously injured Da Hyan. Luckily, there was a cave not far ahead. Mai Lin quickly helped Da Hyan inside, gave her countless magical pills to drink, and took advantage of the owner's breathing. Mai Lin continuously observed the phoenix's direction at the cave entrance, but at this time Tu Batch appeared on Da Hyan's shoulder. Further information shows that the phoenix on the outside is actually the form of a baby bird named Than Lam, also known as Ku Thien Hyan Diu, was captured by the sword immortal old ancestor and imprisoned here. Because the old ancestor ascended, he was forgotten here, and if he could drink the phoenix blood marrow, can significantly strengthen the body. And right at this moment, God-level choice appears again, but this time there is absolutely no penalty. On the contrary, killing Than Lam really brings great benefits. Da Hyan excitedly clenched his fists. Is not he just a big bird? Watch me take its blood and eat its flesh. The head of the immortal sect in the world prison tower looked at Than Lam bewilderedly, immediately took out all his assets and wanted to follow the ancestor and leave. It turned out that as soon as Da Hyan accepted the god-level choice, suddenly I remembered that Than Lam was brought here by the ancestors. So what would happen if I pretended to be the ancestors? Right in the dim fairy air, a silver-haired old man and his maid appeared in front of Than Lam, but Than Lam still seemed to have doubts. It seemed like her appearance did not match at all. Noi Lin immediately used her magical talent. Da Hyan took the opportunity to pretend to be an ancestor, pitting Tu Batch because of the fairy effect and constantly fanning the wind. At this moment, Than Lam's eyes seemed to reappear the old scene. Even he could not resist the fleeting glance of that old man. Da Hyan immediately said that he was the reincarnation, thinking that, after thousands of years of practice, he had cultivated his mind and could contact the world of bliss outside the tower. Who would have thought that his hot temper not only did not change but also became worse? Hearing that, Than Lam gently shed a tear of regret. Its entire huge body knelt before Da Hyan. Daehayan took the opportunity to continue persuading, saying that he could give it one more chance, and I knew that Than Lam had just softened his heart and wanted him to take me with him to fly out of the tower. Without any doubt, Than Lam immediately flew back to the nest to get his things. Looking at this scene, Gayat Thanthian was stunned, not believing that this was a divine beast but could be trusted so easily. Came to clasped his hands and said, "You do not know, Than Lam was beaten into submission by my senior brother in the past, but now Daehayan uses Karm to transform into my senior brother. Trick that stupid bird." When Tiu Dan fell into Daehayan's hands, Malin suddenly spoke from behind, "Master, my magic is about to expire." The next moment, Daehayan regained his original form and saw Tiu Dan holding his bullet. Than Lam immediately understood what was going on. His aura immediately exploded. Daehayan and everyone ran away. But Than Lam still did not give up, releasing blue fire to chase closely. Fortunately, at a narrow cliff, everyone took advantage of the terrain to lock Than Lam. Then Daehayan used Fian Great Sound Abyss to suppress it. But at this time, Than Lam was still struggling underground in a rage, about to escape the suppression. Two streams of golden light appeared in the sky, strengthening Fian and temporarily pressing down on the big bird at the bottom. Daehayan immediately understood. This was the seventh sister and the eighth sister releasing two more restrictions. Then Daehayan withdrew Fenthayan. With a fierce slash, Than Lam was cut in half. Taking advantage of Fuong Hyatt's weakness, he put the demon pill into its mouth, and from there, Daehayan's dragon and Phoenix immortal pill became great. Under VNM, no one is an opponent. While telling the good news to her two sisters, the seventh sister suddenly became silent. Daehayan later learned that Thien Kong Yu Hong had been gullible. The seventh sister is missing and her life or death is unknown. I'm worried that Daehayan will rush out and countless demons will be injured on the way. But in the end, they were stopped at the door of the 71st floor of Dia Sat. Luckily, Ingayat Thanthian arrived in time, and under her orders, the demons gave way. At this time, the 8 sisters transmitted a voice saying that they were about to restore the 72nd floor of the system, and then would go to the last floor of Thien Kong Joy. Daehayan's mission is to immediately return to the first floor, and after all organs are activated, he will return to meet. Daehayan would not listen, still reminded the 8th sister not to act alone, wanting to go with her, but contact with the 8th sister was suddenly cut off, rushing to the office alone without hesitation. Daehayan also understood what her sister meant. She was using her life as bait, in exchange for Daehayan's chance to survive. As long as he restores the 72nd floor, the Thien Kong Demon Emperor will of course be controlled. At that time, you will definitely die. But no matter what, I still have to reunite with you. Even if I die, I must save my sisters. At this time, Ungayat Thanthian pulled Daehayan back, saying that Daehayan was determined. Then I'll take him to Dia Sat to kill the demon woman. Maybe you guys are still there. Then everyone will follow the secret route to the office. Although there was no sign of anyone, Daehayan's sharp eyes discovered a brooch falling on the ground. It was the 8-year-old's favorite brooch. It was still covered in red blood. Daehayan picked up the brooch and angrily looked for the demon emperor, but Kimto covered his mouth with his hand, saying that someone was coming in front of the main hall. Ingayat Thanthian quickly called everyone into the secret passage. Looking out from the gap, the person coming was Thien Kong Demon Emperor, carrying a rope in his hand, none other than 7's sister and 8's sister. No matter how great love is, even though Bu Hong was seriously injured and his life was in danger, he still refused to let go, afraid that the war with Bu Bin will destroy the secret, thereby revealing the existence of his daughter. Just when Ingayat Thanthian led everyone to escape into the secret passage, after that, a Bu Bun's figure appeared in the main hall, still holding Daehayan's 2 sisters in his arms, followed by Dia Sat Demon Emperor. As soon as he entered, he immediately knelt down and confessed that the prison guard was helpless. Please, sir, spare Ingayat Nai's life. Bu Bin pretended to have a deep brotherly love. This was nothing, then turned paper into a sword. Directly stabbed Bu Hong through the heart. Bu Bin caught up blood and looked at the big brother in front of him in disbelief. Ingayat Than Thien wanted to rush out of the secret passage risking her life, but luckily she was pulled out by Mi Lin and Kiem To to Lin. At this time, Bu Bin smiled evilly. Idiot, who is your big brother? Seeing that Bu Bin had two heads, Bu Hong shouted loudly and asked, who are you? Only Kiem To seemed to remember something unexpected, looking in disbelief at Bu Bin outside, muttering this, impossible. Everything was seen by Da Hoyan. At this time, Bu Hong struggled to get up from his seriously injured body. Who are you? Why did you take my big brother's body? Why take advantage of our demon race? Bu Hong laughed loudly and took advantage of your demon race. This old man wants to be the 99 heavens. Your demon race is just my stepping stone. As soon as he finished speaking, Bu Bin held a long sword and rushed straight towards Bu Hong. Bu Hong held the magic weapon and transformed it into a large shield, but could not withstand the blow. The killer was beaten to pieces by Bu Bin. Seeing his father unable to defeat his opponent, Ngayat Than Thien's tears kept falling. Right when Bu Hong fell, he suddenly discovered that his daughter was in the opposite statue. Seeing this, his old father felt sadness. Tears filled his eyes, signaling to hide well. I cannot stay here anymore. If Bu Bin destroys the statue of Ngayat Nai's discovery, daughter's life will be in danger. Thinking of this, Bu Hong will explode with his last strength. No matter who you are, have courage, go to the square outside to fight. Dear friends, when a trace of the fairy appears, I know I have made a small mistake. I want to see the middle 29th stroke and the first 57th stroke, because the painting style is quite close to each other. I hastily assumed that Thien Kong Demon Emperor was killed by Blood Demon Old Ancestor. Take the body, but in the 63rd stroke there is a reversal. For specific details, see the next update. Will be released tonight. Will Tiu Hung fall here, who is Bu Bin's father? Can Ngayat Than Thien take great revenge? Can Da Hoyan save his sister? As soon as Bu Hong discovered his daughter, he dragged his seriously injured body and ran out, wanting to take Bu Bin away to protect everyone. Right at this moment, a magical choice also appeared in front of Da Hoyan. If you continue to avoid it, you will receive the title Shrinking Turtle. Saving her sisters would be rewarded with 1,000 merit points, so Da Hoyan suddenly came up with a bold plan, but needed the coordination of Ngayat Than Thien and Mi Lin. After hearing this, he was immediately angry. Da Hoyan did not know good or bad. Bu Bin's father had an unusual background. Just one finger can crush everyone. Da Hoyan chuckled. Is not that your senior brother, Sword Immortal, the ancestor of Sword Immortal Sect? I do not know why he was possessed into Bu Bin's body. Now it was the swordsman's turn to be surprised. Why did this kid know everything? Da Hoyan continued to say, the Sword Immortal ancestor was born with a big head. In the Sword Immortal Sect there is an image. If you cannot remember such clear characteristics, then you are truly stupid. But I myself am an outsider and have no respect for the so-called ancestor, not to mention he is still a cold-blooded murderer. And as for why he founded the Sword Immortal Sect, and now wants to destroy it himself, I am completely uninterested. In his heart, he was only thinking of a way to get 7 sisters and 8 sisters out of World Hell Tower. Then Da Hoyan immediately shot 3-9 Thien Hoyan object bullets from Lin Nai here. Save the 7th sister and the 8th sister lying on the ground, and let Mi Lin and Ngayat Than Thien use medicinal pills to transform into the appearance of the 2 sisters. As for himself, he and the swordsman fled back to the secret island. Later, Bu Bin returned, carrying in his hand the head of Bu Hong. It seems that in the end, a generation of heroes could not escape death. Ngayat Than Thien turned into an 8th sister and silently shed tears, with only one belief in her heart. I must kill this person and avenge my father. Bu Bin looked around for a while and found nothing out of the ordinary. The main force of Sword Teen Sect has been captured, leaving only one small thief to worry about. At this moment, Bu Bun's head suddenly shook. The primordial spirit of Bu Bun struggled to appear, seeing his head fall to the ground. The Inklong Demon Emperor was both sad and angry. Who are you? What do you want to do? Bu Bin laughed loudly. Of course, I want to get my real body back. When the two primordial spirits faced each other, everyone finally understood the situation. The original spirit possessed was the original's spirit of the sword immortal ancestor. When he was about to ascend that year, Ancestor Sword Immortal's primordial spirit is divided into two, that is, good and evil. The ancestor uses great magical powers to separate the evil primordial spirit from the soul. After that, he built the world prison tower to seal it, and the demons inside were just his arbitrary actions. Evil primordial spirit was not willing to be sealed at the bottom of the tower, so one day he used a secret technique to send a strand of primordial spirit out of the tower, joining with Blood Demon Old Ancestor to attack Sword Immortal Sect. After that, he practiced Blood Demon Great Formation under the tower, causing the demon race to become violent and aggressive, and Bu Bin could not control his desires, being invaded by the evil origin spirit. He waited until he found Gaiat Thanthian and took her body to become a new vessel, so his strength could be restored to at least 9 points. At this time, Bu Bun's original spirit still wanted to resist, but was suppressed by Old Ancestor Sword Immortal. Afterwards, Old to Sword Fairy used his divine sense to prepare to search for Ngayat Thanthian's whereabouts, but unexpectedly discovered that she was right in the palace. As the Old Ancestor gradually approached, the figure of new Ngayat Thanthian also appeared from behind the statue. Immediately there was a friendly greeting. That fake appearance made even the Old Ancestor cry unbearably. Ngayat Thanthian, lying on the ground, was angry to the point of exploding. "Dae Hyun, your mother will not forgive you." Thanthian is heartbroken because of her two sisters. What happened in the middle? The reason is that just now, Old to Sword Teen took 3 disguised Ngayat Hyun to Thien Klong Fu, intending to let Ngayat Hyun rest. I was able to interrogate thoroughly. But who would have thought that Ngayat Hyun would react and hug the ancestor tightly, saying that he wanted to help the ancestor interrogate the two of them. Having used his little strength, the Old Ancestor could not stand the tea, but could not get angry either, so he had to leave the two people behind and go angrily. Seeing this, Ngayat Hyun quickly returned to the room, untied Mai Lin and Ngayat Thanthian, and then learned from Ngayat Thanthian's mouth. There are 4 types of spirit stones that activate the final organ, respectively in the hands of the 3 generals, the demon statue, and the Sword Immortal Old Ancestor. But Old Ancestor Sword Immortal clearly did not trust him, and even sent Chiyu to guard the door, in case he escaped. Luckily, Ngayat Thanthian often played here when she was young, so everyone knew everything, but Chiyu guarding the door was a big problem. Fortunately, Dae Hyun had a virtual culture charm on her, so when Chiyu opened the door to peek, the scene before her eyes almost broke her heart. Ngayat Thanthian, due to the virtual cultural charm, was slapping the 2 fairies fiercely, even shouting loudly to see if they would obey. Seeing this scene, Chiyu closed the door with satisfaction. It seemed that this time the princess was enlightened and had no intention of running away. Unexpectedly, Dae Hyun and the other 2 people had already escaped through a secret route, dividing into 3 directions to find the demon general. In a small forest, a tiger demon is holding weights to practice, and this demon general is one of the demon generals with spiritual consciousness, named Phi Man. But his biggest weakness is his lust. Dae Hyun immediately showed off her beautiful body, pretending that she was bored recently, should go to Thien Koong Palace to play. In the dark of night, I saw General Phi Man, so majestic, and I especially liked muscular men. How could Phi Man be Dae Hyun's opponent? Because of some flirting, he forgot his full name. Dae Hyun immediately wanted to take Phi Man back to his cave. It is also said that the cave is very secretive. No one knows. Dae Hyun shyly smiled and said, "I heard that your demon pill is very special, very popular with demon girls. They want to see what's different." Phi Man heard that and immediately looked complacent. Dae Hoyen immediately stood up. Well, you're not sincere with me. You will not even let me see a little demon pill. Seeing the person you love wants to leave, Fee-man quickly stopped and pushed the demon pill out of his body. Is this your demon pill? Tu Bat showed the demon pill to Da Hoyen, but Da Hoyen did not maintain morality and immediately pulled out the Fanthian sword and slashed it at Fei-man. Tu Bat also took the opportunity to steal the demon pill and eat a full meal. Losing his destiny demon pill, how can Fei-man still be Da Hoyen's opponent? In just a few moves, Da Hoyen took his life. Just after cleaning up the demon general's body, Ngaya Thanthian also took the spirit stone and hurried back. Looks like she also succeeded. Seeing Da Hoyen holding the spirit stone, Ngaya Thanthian exclaimed, "She has half of my Lin can bewitch others to get spirit stones, but how can Da Hoyen be able to defeat the opponent so quickly?" Da Hoyen hurriedly returned. As soon as he entered the room, he discovered that all the runes had lost their effectiveness. Luckily, An Chiyu was not discovered outside. While Da Hoyen wanted to rearrange the runes, outside, a conversation suddenly rang out between Sword Immortal Old to and An Chiyu. Reluctantly, Da Hoyen had to summon Tu Bat to help, and when Old to Sword Teen entered the room, he saw Da Hoyen alone tied up in the room. The other two women have since disappeared. Da Hoyen saw Lao to come in and cried, and said that he had been secretly attacked, but An Chiu outside did not react. Hearing that, Sword Immortal Old Ancestor angrily turned around and Chiyu, you are really useless. Ngayat Nhai was attacked, and you did not even know. Mr. Chiu quickly knelt down and said he had checked many times. Princess Ngayat was still safe in her room. Da Hoyen quickly recounted that among those two girls there was someone skilled in magic. What An Chiu saw outside was just an illusion. Sword Fairy Old Ancestor turned his head to look at An Chiu. You idiot. You were hit by someone else's magic and did not even know it. What's the use of having you? An Chiu's heart chilled when he heard these words. This old monster clearly had murderous intent. And that was it. I'd rather run first. Right in front of everyone, and Chiyu immediately flew up, intending to rely on his agility to escape. Sword Immortal Old Ancestor smiled coldly. The internal force in his hand gathered into a purple vortex, which just a blink of an eye divided the traitor into two. After that, the Old Ancestor took Da Hoyen's hand. Ngayat Nai has suffered. Now follow me somewhere. Da Hoyen still tried to find an excuse to escape, but was firmly rejected by Old to Keen Teen. Then the two went to the main hall of Thean Kong Fu. A portal filled with blood-colored aura appeared. Sword Fairy Old Ancestor smiled at Da Hoyen that he had something good for her, and sent 3 demon generals to guard the entrance. In Da Hoyen's heart, thousands of sheep ran past. Could it be that the Old Ancestor intended to dispose of Ngayat Thanthian's body? This is a big deal. Sword Immortal Old wants to take Thanthian's body. Da Hoyen has come here in disguise. What should I do? Just when Ngayat Thanthian and Mai Lin went looking for the 3rd spirit stone, they unexpectedly were discovered by the demon general guarding the door. To prevent the demon general from sending out a warning signal, the two decided to attack first, facing Kung That Ngu, though, with a smirk. 2 little Kim Dan devils are not enough to fight my brother. In the blink of an eye, countless little fishmen arrived, forcing Ngayat Thanthian to summon her immoral destiny. The whole person immediately entered the realm of the Moonflower, with the appearance of the light wheel behind them. The little demons fell one after another. Ngyu was extremely surprised. This was clearly the princess's Ngayat Ho Luan, and that's it. Ngayat Thanthian on Yu Hong's side was a fake. I must immediately report to Lord Demon Emperor. Ngayat Thanthian was panicking. Why could not I kill this demon fish? This time is awkward. It must have known my true identity. While Ngayat Thanthian was still thinking, the fish demon suddenly rushed forward, intending to capture Ngayat Thanthian back to the Demon Emperor's palace, when at the crucial moment a great sword fell from the sky. stabbing the fish demon straight to the ground. The people who came were that Gi and Bat Gia who had just woken up. Gaiathan and Mai Lin also dispelled their transformation. After receiving the Spirit Stone, everyone entered Thean Kuang Palace one by one, leaving only Kiem To alone, trembling and shouting, advised them not to risk their lives. Inside Thean Kuang Palace, Dahoyan followed the Demon Emperor into the blood formation. She suddenly understood the reason why the demon beasts in the Hell Tower became crazy. At this time, the Demon Emperor suddenly spoke in Gaian, "Nai, do you want to have my father's amazing cultivation level?" Hearing that, Dahoyan was extremely surprised. According to Old Ancestor Sword Immortal's personality, he should have used force to course him a long time ago, but now he kindly advises, this is only one possibility. Sure enough, Old Ancestor Sword Immortal continued, the person whose body is taken from him must be willing, old and weak, and truly unwilling. After that, he also promised to Dahoyan many benefits. He would definitely find her a suitable body, even though he said that the old man's hand still pressed firmly on Dahoyan's head. Perhaps if he did not like it, he would press it down immediately. Dahoyan had to agree, but used the excuse that men and women were not close to each other to chase him away. However, this was not a long-term plan. Next time I come, I do not know what to do. At that moment, a mouse ran past Dahoyan. Suddenly she felt a strange cold air. Human, what do you want to do? A general, Bat Gioi, holding a flower umbrella, smiled gently, looking harmless, but the flower petals fell under the umbrella, exploded again in the crowd of demonic beasts. In an instant, countless demonic beasts died, but Sword Immortal Old Ancestor did not pay attention at all, because those few dancing people were nothing to worry about. Then, the ancestor slowly walked towards Dahoyan, carefully using his divine sense to sweep over. Determining that it was Ngayat Thanthian, she began to take off her shirt, muttering that the demon race would not forget Thanthian's sacrifice. After that, the entire blood formation began to boil. Countless blood energy poured towards the two people. At that moment, the younger brother of Van Kiem's sect, Blood Demon Old Ancestor, looked at the boiling blood with great excitement. This showed that Old Ancestor Sword Immortal had successfully found a body to take away. He immediately sent out a message requesting all forces to act immediately, besiege Kiem Teen Tung, and arrest Nam Kung Triu. So, a moment later, Lam Van Le led people to the Sword Teen Tong, facing the eldest sister. Vu Van Cat spoke up conspiratorially, believes that the incident at Kim Gok Thap was due to Nam Kung Triu's incompetence. If he were in power, he would definitely handle it properly. Hong Gaiat Dung was angry. Very well. That villain Vu Van is the oldest elder of the Sword Teen Tong, but only. Without mentioning a word, it was clearly intentional. Lam Van Lai also took this opportunity to attack, saying that he still followed the old rules. As long as Nam Kong Triu becomes her life partner, everything can be forgotten. Hearing this, the sisters all scolded Lam Van Lai for being so shameless. With a thick face, the big toad still wanted to eat the swan's meat. The eldest sister, with a cold expression, immediately pulled out her sword, a lap pitch ho sun move, and slashed straight towards Lam Van Lai and the others. Seeing that things could not continue, Lam Van Lai pulled out his sword and hypocritically said that today he would act on behalf of the heavens. Destroy the Sword Immortal Sect. The Sword Immortal Sect disciples face the power and stand up to protest. The battle of life and death is today. Meanwhile, the people fighting outside Thean Kuang Fu were suddenly attracted by a blood-filled light, only to see one person slowly standing up in midair. Below, the demon clans all knelt down, and Gayathan Thean with heavy eyes smiled crazily. This old man is very satisfied. Sword Fairy Old Ancestor successfully took over Dahoyan's body and immediately wanted to kill the sisters, but when everyone was seriously preparing, the gravitational force that the ancestor gathered in the palm of his hand disappeared like a fart, causing everyone to stand still, their minds full of dark clouds. Bat Gioi immediately asked, is it possible that Dahoyan's body is too weak and cannot exert the power of divine transformation. Sword, immortal old ancestor, also looked at his hands in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Unwilling, he used all his strength, wanting to concentrate gravity on his palms. But the result was completely useless. Ingayat Thanthian held the flying wheel and faced the old ancestor. Is it possible that the ability to transform into God can no longer be used? Then please pay for my father's life. Sword immortal old ancestor was surprised. Why is there another Ingayat Thanthian? Then who did I take away? Before the ancestor could understand, Ingayat Ho Luon of Ingayat Thanthian fiercely attacked. The ancestors lost all his spiritual power and had to run away. As he ran, he shouted to the surrounding demon generals to quickly help, but in front of the old ancestor suddenly appeared a pair of prison clan. De Hoyan's clear voice rang out, "No fighting? You are not a real demon emperor." The old man just wanted to die right now. "It's another Ingayat Thanthian. Will you still let people live?" De Hoyan took out the Hyan Ho Dan to remove the disguise and slowly said that the old ancestor who took over the body was not Ngayat's body, but just a small animal that he happened to catch from the ground. Sword immortal old ancestor immediately understood the situation. There is no spiritual root in an animal's body, so its natural cultivation cannot be promoted. However, things have come to this point. We can only find another way. So he summoned the demon beasts, promising a generous reward. Whoever kills the other can become a close guard and enjoy glory and wealth. While the demon beasts were still hesitating, the sky suddenly lowered a giant claw, smashing the sword immortal old ancestor to the ground. Thien Koang demon emperor proudly blew out a breath. "Old man in the gas jade tower, when will it be your turn to be the boss?" The demon beasts were extremely happy to see Thien Koang demon emperor return. Ingayat Thanthian became even more excited and rushed into her uncle's arms. After that, she also asked about the whereabouts of old ancestor Sword Immortal. Following the demon emperor's eyes, everyone discovered the place where the old ancestor was originally located. Suddenly, a huge mouse appeared. The swordsman gradually laughed. "Is this the way you've been beaten back to your original form?" The old master of the Sword Immortal sect was tricked by Dai Hyan into turning into a mouse, almost becoming a delicious prey in Tu Batch's stomach. Dai Hyan immediately explained to everyone, "While I was taking the body, I suddenly saw a small mouse passing by. I immediately used the excuse of taking off my shirt to trick old to out, then let the little mouse swallow the 9 Thien Hon Ho Dan, and I swallowed another pill to exchange. And what happened later, you all know. Sword immortal old ancestor successfully took over the mouse's body, and I took the opportunity to rescue Thien Koang, demon emperor. However, we must also thank the sisters for their help. Without intimidation, we may not be able to deceive him." That sister pushed Dahan away. "Do not hug around. Did not you say it clearly?" At this time, Thien Koang, demon emperor, slowly stepped forward, saying that he knew the whole story. The demon race owes Dahan a great favor. However, these sword immortals have murdered countless of my kin, and also killed my younger brother. Can we hand him over to the demon clan to handle? Dae Hoyan thought for a moment and then shook his head. This old ancestor sword immortal is a demon of the mind, has no essence, and is extremely difficult to destroy. The best way right now is to let my guardian beast temporarily take care of it. Wait for me to leave the world prison tower and then discuss with Big Sister. Hearing that, the demon emperor sighed. That's good. However, someone objected, even though this guy has meritorious services to the demon race. But this is the only chance for freedom in 1,000 years. Do we really have to give it up? The demon emperor's face turned black. Shut up. Sooner or later we will have the day to reunite with the sun. If we lose our lives before then, that is the biggest loss. After that, the Thien Koang demon emperor immediately took out the level 7 language communication spirit stone from his chest. And when the spirit stone was inserted, the entire organ emitted a dazzling light. A few beams of light shot straight up into the sky. The demons looked sadly into the distance, not knowing how long they would have to be imprisoned here in the future. At this moment, The ground suddenly shook. De Hoyen's Fianthean seal suddenly flew out from his chest. Emitting a clear dragon song, De Hoyen quickly asked Lin Hai what happened. The answer she received was that Da Hien was stronger than me. The World Prison Tower is originally fragment of Bat Chu, son of the same origin, which means that I can collect the World Hell Tower into Fianthean seal. De Hoyen chuckled. I have a way to get you all out of the tower. The life and death battle of the Sword Immortal Sect is raging. In the Hell Tower, Da Hien relies on Fianthean and allies with the demon race. The two sides were fighting outside the tower, when suddenly they felt the earth shake and the mountain shook. The Hell Tower was already shaking. At this time, he kept shrinking. This movement made everyone turn their heads to look. Old thief Vu Van quickly ran towards Lam Van. Lei said that the World Prison Tower was about to collapse and suggested that it would be best for him to lead the team to retreat first. After all, the position of Sword Immortal Sect leader was attractive, but you also have to have a life to do it. After hearing this, Nam Kong Triu rolled his eyes angrily. What, do not you all call yourself righteous? Do not you want to eliminate demons? Why are you afraid now? Lam Van Lai is in a dilemma right now. If I withdraw, it will be too self-serving, but if I do not withdraw, is not that so true? While he was still hesitating, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared on the battlefield, their aura radiating out to destroy heaven and earth. Vu Van Cat shouted in panic, it's not good. The Hell Tower disappeared, demons and ghosts ran out. Nam Kong Triu heard it like he was struck by lightning. It seemed that Da Hien and her two younger sisters would have a hard time escaping danger. She held the Thanfeng sword in front of her chest and shouted loudly to the Sword Immortal Sect disciples to end the battle. Today there can only be bloodshed. Not a single ghost or demon can be left behind. But what everyone did not expect was the group of demons immediately rushed into the disciples of Van Kim Mun. In an instant, many Van Kim Min disciples fell. Then, 3 giant demon beasts appeared, immediately overcoming Nam Kong Triu and facing the experts of Van Kim Min. The sisters all feel suspicious. Why are these demons avoiding our disciples? Is there something we do not know about? At this time, Lam Vanley knew that today he would not gain any benefits, but before that he still wanted to secretly plot with Nam Kong Triu. Taking advantage of the time when Nam Kong Triu's attention was focused on the demon clan, Lam Vanley immediately started a sword formation, sneaking in from behind. When Nam Kong Triu turned back, it was too late. In an instant, the flying sword changed direction and flew to the side, then immediately stood still in the Demon Emperor's hand. The Demon Emperor gently crushed the 3 flying swords, muttering, "Trash." The old monsters felt the Demon Emperor's aura and felt extremely pressured. Could this be the realm of God transformation? Lam Vanlai was still standing from afar, looking at the Demon Emperor, thinking about how to escape. Immediately, the Demon Emperor appeared before him. That old man P said it was you. Dae Hoyen finally returned to Kim Tin Tung. Her big sister came forward and hugged her tightly. Meanwhile, Lam Vanlai on the other side was extremely confused. Why did my title Old P come from the lips of the demon race? Before he could explain, he was slapped hard. In the blink of an eye, he was like a shooting star passing through the sky, leaving only 2 legs sticking out over the cliff. Vu Van Tap secretly thought that the demon race was imprisoned for thousands of years and should have hated Kim Tien Tong to the core. Why does it seem to favor the Sword Immortal Sect now? At this time, Lam Vanlai had just turned down from the mountain, loudly pointed his finger, and scolded Da Hoyen for being a self-deprecating person. You dare to collude with the demon race? Do not you know shame? Da Hoyen did not give in and immediately argued that Lam Vanlai was the most shameless person in the world. As the leader of Van Kim Mun, he does not think of anything good. All day he only worries about calculating how to annex martial arts sects. If you have real courage, then you just try to touch me. After hearing this, Lam Vanlai could no longer bear it. waved his hand and ordered all the disciples of the three sects to rush forward. Dae Hoyan smiled softly and looked at the demon emperor, expressing his wish to return to the human world, and those shameless people would be handed over to him to deal with. The demon emperor smiled slightly. That's good. Then, under the command of the demon emperor, the demon army rushed forward to fight. How could the disciples of all sects compete with the demon clan? They were devastated in just a moment. Lam Vanlai and other experts tried to rush to the rescue, but was surrounded by the demon army. The demon emperor also brought thunder and wind. A punch came. Luckily, Lam Vanlai dodged in time. It only caused the disciples behind him to collapse again. Dae Hayan took the opportunity to take out the Fian seal from his chest. The entire seal grew larger with the wind, like a giant mountain standing above everyone's heads. Lam Vanlai quickly ordered everyone to retreat, but was still one step late. Many disciples were crushed under the seal. The Sisters of the Sword Immortal Sect simultaneously took action, deciding that today it must be decided between victory and defeat. But the cunning old Lam Vanlai, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, immediately prepared to run away, never forgetting to threaten on his lips. You guys wait. I'll be back. Senior sister seized the right moment and performed a move called Fire Wind Liu Guyan. Lam Vanlai found it difficult to resist, so he threw Vu Van Cat straight out. Poor Vu Van Cat, who had not yet had time to enjoy any glory and wealth, became Lam Vanlai's butt shield. The eldest senior sister angrily scolded him, disgusting, and still let old man Lam Vanlai escape. But is not there still a traitor left? How should we handle the Samadhi who betrays the sect? The third sister gasped. The horse must be torn to pieces. Vu Van Cat immediately jumped up in fear. Wait a minute, sect master. I was deceived by a villain. It's really innocent. Before he finished speaking, a stream of sword energy flashed. The eldest sister swung her sword. Blood splattered on the blade. From now on, Sword Tian sect will no longer have an outer sect. Dae Hoyan lied face down on the ground and asked Lin Hai, I wonder if my contribution points are full. Who would have thought that Lin Hai would say that his contribution points were 0? Because he spent money to get stronger first, so it's not too much to charge a little bit of wine as a waste. Dae Hoyan immediately looked gloomy, just like a man arguing with a woman. This is a very stupid thing. At that moment, Dae Hoyan's ear was tugged by someone, and the image of senior sister Namkun Triyu appeared before her eyes. Quickly say, what is that strange bronze India? And why did the sword prison tower disappear? Dae Hoyan did not know how to answer right now. The only way was to find an excuse to say it was a long story to get away with it. But I was surrounded by girls. It was okay. We have plenty of time. At this time, the demon emperor led Ngayet, then Thean to walk slowly. Dae Hoyan immediately stepped forward to introduce Bu Bun's identity. But the big sister did not have a good look on her face, making it clear that the human race and the demon race were incompatible. Even though this time it was really thanks to the demon race to take action, but Sword Immortal Sect does not welcome you. The demon emperor heard that and smiled coldly. Do you treat your benefactors like that unexpectedly? Thousands of years later, the human race is still so shameless. Seeing the tension between the two sides, Dae Hoyan quickly stood up to stop him. Okay, if there's anything, talk slowly. No, clearly like water and fire. Could not get along, but Dae Hoyan still wanted the Kiem Teen Tong and the demon clan to put aside their enmity, so she pulled her older sister aside and whispered for a while. Who would have thought that the big sister immediately pushed Dae Hoyan away, saying that this could not be done, then walked away with a fierce spirit. Sword Immortal Sect disciples. We and the demon race are enemies. Let's form a battle. Follow me, kill. The demon emperor's eyes widened angrily. Truly, the human race has crossed the bridge to escape. Children of the demon race, come on. Then the two sides got mixed up, started fighting fiercely. You hit me, you hit me. You guys kept talking nonsense. One disciple even said that he should act better. The lion monster next to him broke out in cold sweat. We are already normal. Looking at the other girls is even more outrageous. One is touching Mai Lin's back, and the other is holding her tail and is about to drool. And the other two openly discuss cosmetics and nails. Dae Hoyen looked down at the battlefield, feeling that the performance was almost enough. Hastily asked both sides to stop. The eldest sister immediately asked how the battle was going. The third sister said that only 2 people were injured. One person scratched his finger. One person got into the role too deeply. The demon emperor next to him waved his hand to signal the demon tribe to stop, while the eldest sister declared that she could not compete with the demon tribe for the time being. Retreated to the sect. Both sides silently raised their hands to greet each other. On the way to Van Mung Trach, Mai Lin could not help but ask Da Hyan, why let both sides stage a big play? Dae Hoyen said that there is no sect in the world that tolerates demon cultivators, only if it is firmly established within the territory of the Sword Immortal sect. Other sects will not dare to arbitrarily encroach. But how could the Sword Immortal sect accept the ancient demon race? They had to put on a big show, pretending to be incompatible, so the two sides occupied the interior and exterior of the mountain gate. In front of us, Van Mung Trach is filled with a wild aura. This is a suitable place for the demon race to live. There are countless wild animals inside. Providing for the demon race is not a problem. The demon emperor patted Dahayan on the shoulder. Boy, you have once again accomplished a great feat for my demon clan. I would rather take the lead and marry Nungayet Nyai to you. As soon as the words ended, both were startled. No, absolutely not. The Hell Tower mission has finally been completed. Chiyu's path to resurrection also progressed. But faced with the Fian Thean Tam Sutra worth 100 million merits, what choice will Dahayan finally make? After the Demon King said he would marry Ingayet Van Thean to Dahayan, both protested in unison. The Demon Emperor had to take a step back, letting Mai Lin follow Dahayan later, also considered a small bit of intimacy between the demon race. The old man does not care. Mai Lin is my slave. Is giving an official certificate considered repaying the favor? The Demon Emperor's calculations are so sophisticated. Bu Bin smiled lightly. Of course, not only that, from now on, our demon clan will guard Great Patriarch Van Mung. We'll definitely not let nefarious people in. And my granddaughter hopes to be able to follow in her ancestors' footsteps. Ingayat Than Thean's face changed after hearing that. Father, why do you have to let me follow him? Only Dae Hoyen understood the Demon Emperor's intention. This was his intention. The evil thoughts of old ancestor Sword Immortal have caused the Demon Emperor to damage his vital energy, and he is afraid that his life will not be long. The future of the demon race will definitely be led by Ngayat Than Thean. She hopes I can take care of her a little. At this moment, the God-level choice appeared again, different from before. This time, there were 3 choices. 1 is spiritual vein information, 2 is the entire Fian Thean Heart Sutra, and 3 is a condensing divine ring. Dae Hoyen looked at the system board and was suddenly stunned, like crazy, running back to Sword Teen Tongue. Back to the cottage. Let the 2 girls find a place to stay. Immediately called Lin Nanai to ask if the 3rd choice was as I thought. Who would have thought that Lanai would say that choosing one is to directly give a spirit vein, can feed the entire Sword Immortal sect for 100 years. Option 2 is the entire Fenthian Tam Sutra. You know how expensive a night is. Option 3 is just resurrecting one person. Dae Hoyen, with an unprecedented serious expression, firmly said that he chose 3. Wants to resurrect Chiyu. After listening, Lin Nai finally remembered that illusory spirit, but appeared not to understand. That spirit can only operate in an illusory realm. So even if it has the condensing spirit ring, It cannot be resurrected so easily. Dae Hoyen did not seem to care, no matter what he had to try at once. Seeing this scene, Lin Nai suddenly said that if his soul was damaged, would he? Halfway through speaking, Lin Hai blushed and turned away, pretending I had not asked. Dae Hoyen looked at Lin Hai with a helpless look. Do all women like to ask these silly questions? If you encounter trouble, of course I will find every way to save you. Now quickly help me see how to revive Tuyu Chiyu. Lin Nai thought for a moment and then said, Tuyu Chiyu once helped a Hoyen break through. Just put it in the danchin and slowly warm it up. Dae Hoyen returned to the room, took out the condensing spirit pill and placed it in his danchin. There seemed to be some force condensing in his body. I do not know if it was Tuyu Chiyu's original spirit, but at this moment, the room door suddenly opened gently. I just heard Da Hyan mumbling, why does it feel so small? I do not know if it will grow bigger. Lam Kong Chiu blushed and looked. What are you doing? Dae Hoyen's Ninethian Hoyen Feng Gong finally had a moment of effectiveness, and the first target was the big sister who gave him this technique. As soon as she heard Dae Hyen's words, her eldest sister could not help but sigh. Her little uncle had grown up. Dae Hoyen heard a sigh and turned around, discovering that big sister was standing quietly behind, thinking about her secrets. Dae Hoyen quickly told big sister not to interrogate her. Lam Kong Chiu smiled. Little uncle is grown up. Big sister will not force him to reveal his secret. The other sisters will not ask anymore in the future. But big sister still wants to remind him. The easier it is to gain strength, the more difficult it is to control, the more you must maintain your original mind. As soon as the words ended, Lam Kong Chiu's small hand was grabbed tightly. Do not worry, big sister. Look at me killing 7 times in and out of the world hell tower. Is there nothing wrong? But then again, I've made such a great contribution. Is not your big sister going to reward me? Lam Kong Chiu patted Da Hoyen's hand. This boy is getting more and more bad. Go play somewhere else. Seeing that her sister really wanted to go, Dae Hoyen quickly stood up and said she still had something important to ask, but unexpectedly she accidentally stepped on a piece of gold on the ground, slipping and rushing straight towards big sister. Her whole body pressed tightly against the soft spot. Big sister could not help but let out a scream. Calling, Da Hoyen quickly stood up to check the situation, making sure not to touch big sister and get hurt. Lam Kong Chiu asked, Little uncle, your 9th Hoyen Bin Palace has been trained. What floor is it? Why does just a slight touch on me make me so uncomfortable? Dae Hoyen suddenly realized that his Thean Daolin root was extremely powerful and positive, combined with the blessing of the 9th Hoyen Bin Palace. As for the mystic yin body of her sisters, it can help them double their cultivation. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around Lam Kong Chiu. Big sister wants to know this clearly, so please see for yourself. The second part of the story may not be something everyone likes to see, so I'll help everyone enjoy it. A moment later, Lam Kong Chiu adjusted his clothes. Uncle, actually relying on the 9th Hoyen Bin Palace to break through is a way to break through. Venture, if it were not for the fact that my sword immortal sect was under siege by enemies, I would not have needed to be in such a hurry. The other sisters are all practicing hard. With your current cultivation level, you should try each person in turn. If you break through, you count as one person. After hearing that, Da Hoyen's eyes lit up. Do you mean big sister? Let me and 8 big sisters practice together. After receiving the consent of the eldest sister, Dae Hoyen's demonic hand immediately turned towards the second sister. Do not know Hong Gaiet Dung, who is known as Chai Da Tin. How will you deal with Dae Hoyen's attack? Just as the eldest sister adjusted her clothes and was about to leave, Dae Hoyen pulled her back, said that he had something important to ask his sister, then took out a purple aura from his chest. Big sister looked at the mouse in Da Hoyen's palm, feeling a sense of malice coming, but not knowing what it was. The two sat down in the hallway to talk about the Hell Tower. After hearing the story, the eldest sister was extremely shocked. She did not expect that this rat was the original spirit of old ancestor sword immortal, and is also the culprit who cooperated with blood demon old ancestor to create chaos in the Hell Tower. But according to Da Haiyan, this primordial spirit of evil thoughts has reached the realm of deity transformation. It is difficult to destroy it with normal methods. The safest way is to seal it. I heard that nether ghost region there is a type of gas that can do this, but I do not much about this aspect. If it were a second sister, she would probably know more. Dae Hoyen took out a bird egg from the ring, and the big sister was even more shocked. The egg of Than Luan, also known as the 9th Haiyan Diu bird. Where did you get this little assistant? After hearing that Dae Hoyen intended to give her the bird egg, the eldest sister immediately leaned her whole body against the man's chest. With this 9 heavens mysterious bird, in just 5 years, I can be on par with the transformation god. Dae Haiyan is happy. I have done big sister a great favor again. Is there any new reward, or can we? Before he finished speaking, big sister pushed Da Haiyan away. It's not early anymore. You should rest. Thinking that Nam Kung Tryu would leave, Dae Hoyen slowly stood up and was about to return to the bedroom, but unexpectedly countless light blue flower petals suddenly fell from the sky. Nam Kung Tryu suddenly turned around, gently kissed Dae Hoyen's cheek, and said that the reward had been given. It will not be mentioned again after this. Watching Nam Kung Tryu shyly leave, the corner of Da Hoyen's mouth curled up in a smile. This big sister is really adorable. The next morning, while Da Haiyan was still sleeping, he suddenly felt something passing by his nose. A sneeze sent the 2 girls flying away. Dae Hoyen looked them suspiciously and asked in surprise, "What are you doing next to my bed?" The 2 girls replied angrily that they did not anyone and did not know what to do. Dae Hoyen thought it was right. After getting dressed, he took the 2 girls to visit the sect. After passing through the restaurant and Nigia Sea Palace, everyone went to Chuan Feng Dong, where thousands of years of classic books of the sword immortal sect were stored. After handing over the 2 girls, Dae Haiyan intended to personally learn about honorary records, but unexpectedly he saw his second sister also there. At this time, Hong Nungayat Dung was about to reach out to change the classic books, but unexpectedly she accidentally knocked over the book. Countless classic books fell down. Dae Hoyen quickly stepped forward to help. Hong Nungayat Dung was hugged tightly in her arms. Her face was red. "Uncle, why you?"